everybody, my name is Cybercole, and welcome to today's live stream. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Monday. What's going on, Gokai, Tobias, Trey, Private Butter, Jasper, Eli, Becky, and Gokai. Happy birthday, by the way, Pepper Butter. I hope you are having a very lovely birthday. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing something a little bit different. Hunter Persian, welcome to the stream. Twilight Princess, welcome to the stream. My Monday's been pretty decent, actually. I made a big bowl of chicken Alfredo and everything else like that. It was good. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a little bit different. So, we would be intending to continue Earthbound today and everything else like that. However, we're doing something a bit different today. So, for those who did not watch, hey, happy belated birthday, Persian. Why'd you take his chicken? What's going on, Drops? What's going on, Caitlin? So, for those who don't know, on Saturday, Claire played a visual novel called Sweet Leaves. The Sweet Leaves visual novel, I should say. And funnily enough, when she started, I was actually taking a nap. So I didn't even know what was happening. And then I woke up from my nap. I check her thing. I'm looking at her phone. I'm looking at the phone because I'm watching it through my phone. I had it on in the background while I was napping. And then I look at it. I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? And you're why my cookie didn't win, lol. And I finally checked it out. And I was like, okay, this is happening. For those who don't know, I am actually a big Sweet Leaves fan. I've been a fan of it for a couple years now. It's actually one of the big furry stories that I really got into when I was getting into the furry fandom. I love the story to bits. And Swoop to this, amazing. Just as soon as the game started. Yeah, I had a feeling they were, and I finally came in. I was like, what? How long is this game? I do not know. It might be a few hours. So we're going to be playing episode 1 today of the Sweet Leaves visual novel, which will probably be a few hours and everything else like that. It is planned to be 5 episodes total, but currently we only have episode 1. Episode 2 is currently in development. But this is I'm tuning in to watch while I work on episode 2 script and some sprite files. Looking forward to the read. If you ever want to ask me a question while you're playing through, feel free to ping me. Tanuki Dad, welcome to the stream. Holy shit. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm really excited to finally check this out. OMG, it's the dev. No, it's the creator. For those who don't know, Tanuki Dad he's not just the dev. He is the creator of Sweet Leaves. He is straight up the creator. So, just to give you guys a quick little rundown of who worked on this game. So Tanuki Dad is the creator of Sweet Leaves as a whole, and he's the director and writer for this visual novel. The editor is Midori Deer. The character artist and design is done by Flint. The background artist and extras is done by Rio. Kaki is the concept editor. Sol Nero was the UI and UX artist. Senior Billion was the lead programmer. Gokai, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Tanuki Dad. Very much appreciate it. I'll be sure to put that to Sonic 06. For those who don't know, Senior Billion, by the way, is also the lead game dev for Breeze in the Clouds as well. And then Watson is another programmer for the game. If any of you find anything interesting that you are about to see today, I'm going to go ahead and link the itch.io page in the chat. Please go check it out. And everything else like that. It is a pay what you want type thing, so you could just download it for free. But if you can, I would encourage you to throw a few bucks towards this because it is such a wonderful story. There's so many wonderful things about it, and I'm so excited to play this. Before we get into it, I do need to do my normal stream spiel, so I'll go ahead and do that quickly. Today is going to be the last day that we're streaming during Macro March chat, so the size increases being double what they usually are for support. Today's the last day for that. After that, it will be going back down to the usual percentage stuff. So if you like seeing my PNG tuber get big, good time to do it. That today's the last day to take advantage of that for some extra size boosts. Other than that, of course, we have Sonic 06 up as our goal right now, which I think now is currently at 397.65. So there's that. Yes, if you purchase and download the VN, you also receive several comics of the series, which will get you up to speed on the series. It is established on the page. You do not need to play. You do not need to have read anything in order to understand this story. From what the page says, this assumes you've never read Sweet Leaves before. That said, please go read it. I would highly recommend it. There's so many great comics, web comics. There's even an animated story they've done as well. It's really, really good. I will give a heads up. The Sweet Leaves universe does include safe for work and not safe for work stuff, so please bear that in mind whenever you start getting into the series. All of it's great. I want to be clear. All of it is great. I'm a big fan of both, but I just want to give that heads up as well. Anyway, regarding the goal stuff and also support and everything else like that, as always, link to the alert sheet pinned at the top of chat. You can type !alert. Other than that, that's basically what I got. So, with all that being said, I think we're not going to dilly-dally any longer. Again, I very much appreciate, Tanuki Dad, you coming in. And also, thanks for following me on Blue Sky as well. That was a nice surprise. All right, let's actually boot up let's go ahead and boot up the visual novel. I'll be playing this in full screen, which should be just fine. Just wait for it to start up a little bit. So as a heads up for those who've never seen this before, this is definitely heavily leaning more towards visual novel rather than being like a traditional, I guess, game, quote unquote. So please bear that in mind whenever you get into it. Yes, so on the FAQ, it mentions at the VN, the main story is safe for work, but they are also going to be doing not safe for work DLC in the future, both male on male and female on female. That is going to be a thing in the future if anyone wants to check this out. But it's completely optional. It's not required to check out the story. Episode 1 is completely safe for work, but future stuff might include some DLC stuff as well that's not safe for work. I love both sides, though, so I'm going to be very excited about it. And oh my god, this is so gorgeous. This is incredibly gorgeous. I think also, who's the one that did, give me a second. AJMW, from Chill Hop Records and Lo-Fi Girl is the one who did the original soundtrack as well. I want to go ahead and get that shout out as well. But yeah, I'm really excited. Again, for what I saw of Claire playing this game, it looks so fucking adorable and cute, and I'm so excited to play it. So we're going to go ahead and just get straight into it. I might adjust the audio as we go, so hopefully everything's all good and everything else like that. I will say Tanuki Dad. I will ask this. I don't know, because... Yes, the Sweet Leaves soundtrack. Thank you for dropping that in the chat, actually. I'll definitely have to check that out. I'll keep that on the side, actually. How many tracks are in the game, actually, as of now? Except all. 16 tracks to listen to, which is really cool. Oh, man. God, it's so good. I will ask Tanuki Dad, are you guys intending this to stay on itch.io, or are you guys going to be planning to maybe put it up on Steam? I don't know if you've confirmed this or not. I do try to keep up to date on the development because I follow the Telegram. Steam after completion. Very, very nice. Okay. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm very excited about this. I've been seeing also some of the new stuff for episode 2, and oh my god, it makes me excited. Okay. Free during development and on itch during that process. When it comes out on Steam, I'll probably buy this game whenever you guys put it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get straight into it. This is Sweet Leaves, the visual novel. Episode 1, Homecoming Part 1. MSP Airport, Minneapolis, August 2nd. Wow, really? Yeah, I just didn't expect to hear back the next day is all. And honestly, I thought I gave a terrible interview. Yesterday was kind of a rough day. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks. But, yeah, I accept. I think I can make that work, yeah. I'll let you know if I need a few extra days, but everything is mostly done already, except, the house. Oh, you do? Yeah, sure. That's very nice of you to offer. Uh-huh. Okay. I'll look for it in my email and send it back to you once I get home. So, Red is the main protagonist of this particular visual novel, and I believe was an original character created specifically for the visual novel. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the case. Unless I missed them. That's correct. Okay. Unless I missed it somehow in one of your written stories or something. Okay. See you then. Thanks again, Mr. Granger.
Now boarding all passengers for flight 2145 to San Diego
Close your eyes. Oh man, this looks pretty. This looks pretty. This is pretty. Oh, buddy. It's like, oh, what's that? Oh no, buddy! No! No! Oh, I'll give you a hug. Shit. Yes! Yes! Oh my god. As he often did on summer mornings, Nico was fishing out on Pinecrest Lake. The day had already seen him catch one largemouth bass, one yellow perch, and two muskellungs. Quite the successful outing, and one worth celebrating. Meanwhile, Animal Crossing, it's Zipper T Bunny. Oh god, it's bunny season. No! It's back. The bear rested his fishing pole against the edge of the boat, dug into a drink cooler, and relieved it of a seltzer water containing a homeopathic amount of raspberry flavor. He slurped from the can, his eyes roam out over the still waters of the lake. The late summer air bathed him in the sounds of insects and morning birdsong. Perfect. Nico's moment of northern Minnesota tranquility was interrupted by a chime from his phone. It was a revealing picture from a close friend, to say the least. Just then, the line on Nico's fishing pole tugged mightily and yoinked the handle upward. Something had latched onto the hook. Something big. The bear lunged to catch it before it disappeared over the side of the boat, but in doing so rapidly shifted his weight forward. Oh no! He caught a glimpse of a gargantuan dark shadow under the surface of the water before tipping past the point of no return. No! Wet bear! Wet bear. Luckily, he was able to keep his phone tightly squeezed in his hands, saving it from a future residence at the bottom of the lake. He held it above the water as he crested the surface, kicking his way back towards the boat. Damn it! When you're distracted by a DM and take a dip! God. The bear angrily tossed his phone aboard before climbing back in, with a fair amount of difficulty. He then set out for the dock, intent on making a beeline for a good toweling off. It was probably time he got going anyway, given that he had plans for a weekly brunch. Granger residence. As Red entered the Granger's kitchen, he was immediately inundated with a delectable sense of clove, cinnamon, and cardamom wafting through the air. Shafts of late morning sun steamed in through the windows and bathed the room in a warm, comfy glow. Lo-fi chip hop played through a Bluetooth speaker sitting on the kitchen counter. It was a cozy and inviting space, a perfect place for the Grangers' weekly family brunch. Cool that it's actually that music is actually in the game, by the way. A brown-furred and orange-haired tanuki bounded up to his father and the unfamiliar guest in the room. Toby, this is Red. He's going to be the new guidance counselor at school, and he'll be staying in the guest house for a few days until his house is ready to move into. God, the artwork. Oh my god. Ah! Fuck, I love you. Would you like to say hello? Hi, Red! Hi, Toby. Nice to meet you. Do you like racing go-karts, Red? Like, actual go-karts, or in video games? In video games. Dad says I'm not old enough to drive a real go-kart yet. And how old are you anyway? Toby's tail and ears perked with enthusiasm at the question, because it reminded him of something he was very much looking forward to, in just a few days, no less. I'm 5! I get to go to kindergarten this year. Oh, well, I think your dad is right about you not being old enough to drive a real go-kart yet. They're still pretty fun to drive in video games, though, right? Uh-huh. I'm really good at it, too. Whenever me and my dad race, I always win. Red looked up at Coulson, who put his hand behind one ear in embarrassment. Toby, please don't tell my new coworker that I can't beat a 5-year-old at video games. He's such a dad. Oh, I love him so much. Why? You said it was okay to lose and that you shouldn't feel bad about it. I did say that, yes. Please stop using my life lessons against me. An infectious giggle filled the room. Toby had recently learned that teasing his dad about his poor gaming skills was an effective means of flustering him. It was good-natured teasing, though, and was typical for the family. Toby earned himself a healthy hair tussle from his father, which the boy tried wriggling away from unsuccessfully. You're getting a little too clever for your age, kiddo. I can't believe you're going to be starting kindergarten in a few days. You need to slow down with the growing up. Nope, I'm going to drive a real go-kart. I'm going to grow up fast. A stocky North American badger approached the group, having stepped away from the stove where he'd been busy preparing French toast. The badger leaned down towards his son and playfully wagged a spatula at him. Now, we talked about this, little leaf. I didn't get to be your dad until you were 4, so you're not allowed to grow up yet because... Hey, Enzo. Oh, Sebastian. Oh, you are so lovely. I love these two so fucking much. So for those who've never read Sweet Leaves or anything else like that, these two are essentially the main protagonists alongside their son Toby and everything else like that. So most of the stuff you see will be between these two, but there is stuff that also involves the other characters as well in the story. Because you need more time to spoil me rotten. Right, very good. Now have a seat and I'll grab you some orange juice, okay? Toby hopped on a stool while the it is a big found family. One of the comics you actually get whenever you actually download the game or get like the files for itch.io actually is a little backstory on how the family actually came together. I think there's actually technically 2 comics that do that on there that show that. It's really it's kind of sad, but it's also pretty wholesome as well. Oh, we'll get to the buck soon enough. Don't worry. Toby hopped up on a stool while the badger shook hands with Red. Hi, Red. Nice to meet you. I'm Sebastian, Colson's husband and dad number 2. And nice to meet you too, Sebastian. Thanks for letting me stay in the guest unit. I hope I'm not imposing. Sebastian waved his spatula around dismissively, shaking his head. Oh, not at all. We love hosting others, and selfishly, I love to cook brunch for them even more. I get to pretend I own a cozy bed and breakfast, and that makes my little tough wag. Sebastian's leaf-shaped tail bounced around in short strokes, darting back and forth above his tush as he returned to the stove with a dance-like stepping motion. He dunked 2 more pieces of bread in batter, then shimmied them to the pan with a final twirl of his wrist and a punctuated wag of his tail. After Sebastian had poured a tall glass of OJ to Toby, he returned to the fridge and looked over his shoulder at the ferret. What I can get you to drink, Red? We obviously got orange juice, milk, coffee. I can make you some tea. Coffee sounds fine. Thanks. Hun, while I get the coffee going, do you want to get Red settled out in the guest room house? Yep. Follow me, Red. Yeah, this is cute. Just moments after they disappeared from view, one of the kitchen windows squeaked open, almost as if someone had been waiting for them to leave. Ah, there she is! A tall gala cockatoo with a large gray beak and a vibrant plumage climbed through the window. One of her talons snagged on the edge of the windsill, making her awkwardly splay and flap her wings in a failed attempt to catch herself. A loud, feathery thwumph followed as she crashed to the floor. The haggard-looking bird rose to her feet with a noticeable amount of difficulty and dusted her knees off with her wings before staggering up to Sebastian. Yeah. Why are we doing brunch today instead of tomorrow? Saturday's supposed to be my sleep-in day. Are you trying to kill me? Claire voiced Joe as well. I imagine it was a very good voice for Joe. I love Joe. She's great. Joe, sweetie, it's past 11. What were you doing last night such that sleeping in until almost noon wasn't enough? Joe hushed her voice and leaned close to Sebastian to whisper in his ear. Bird stuff. Bird stuff. Fun fact, I believe it was said to Nuki Dad. I think I did see in the telegram that I think you showed a picture of them. Episode 2 is going to feature Joe's girlfriend, I believe. So, the Badger's reply came in a similarly hushed tone. Oh, had Peach over again last night, huh? Yes, Peach. Yeah, I think I saw her design. I really, really liked it. Uh-huh. By the way, if I were you, I'd close that window before Coulson. Whoa. Joe, again? Joe, we gave you a key to our house as a symbol of our love and trust for you. Someday, if you might consider using it on any of the 3 entrances it unlocks, that would be lovely. Maybe next time, for me. For me? God. Oh, look at those puppy dog eyes. Holy shit. Joe craned her neck away from Coulson and his puppy-eyed face. She'd seen Toby use the same look effectively at that whenever he wanted something. It was clear who he learned it from. I'll consider it, but only because I love you. Love you too, Joe, but seriously, one day you're going to get the cops called on us. Someone is going to see your feathery butt climbing in through the window and think you're robbing the place. Nah, they're gonna think, damn, nice ass. Joe! Coulson jabbed an index finger towards a plastic jug sitting atop the refrigerator filled with various bills and coins. A handwritten paper note taped to the jug read, Joe's swear jar, and in parentheses beneath that, Toby's college fund. Joe slipped a dollar bill through the slot in the lid. She scrunched the feathers around her beak, protesting the extortion of her natural proclivity for spicy language. Worth it. Toby giggled as Joe tossed him a wink and her signature beaky smirk. She then addressed the unfamiliar ferret in the room. Hey there, by the way. I'm Joe, the loud one, in case you couldn't tell. Nice to meet you, Joe. I'm Red. Having straddled the stool next to Toby's, her usual spot during family brunches, Joe offered up a fist bump to the boy, who happily obliged. Looking back at Red, she gestured to the rest of the family assembled in the kitchen. So, how do you know the guys? Honestly, I don't yet. Coulson and Sebastian were kind enough to let me stay in their guest unit until the place I rented is ready to move into. Hopefully that's not too long after school starts. You local? Where'd you come from? Not exactly local, no. San Diego. Wow. Middle of nowhere, Minnesota is quite the contrast from warm and sunny California. Why'd you want to move here, of all places? I'd be interested to know how you came across Pinecrest, too. Especially from all the way out on the west coast. It doesn't even show up on most maps. There was a prolonged pause before the ferret answered. It was just time for a change. I wanted to make it a big one, so I was looking for jobs on the other side of the country, though I sort of found Pinecrest by accident. Minnesota was farther west than I was considering, but I fell asleep at my desk while I was job hunting, and when I woke up, the Pinecrest position was on the screen. Huh, well, considering you got the job, it was quite the stroke of luck. I guess, yeah. It was also the last job I applied to, and the only one I got an in-person interview for. I didn't even make it past the phone screenings on the other 3. Sure sounds like you were meant to be here. Hopefully you'll like it as much as we do. Do you have any friends or family in the area? Well, no. I don't know anyone outside of California. Oh, gosh, really? The Badger's nurturing instincts immediately kicked into high gear. Don't you worry, we'll help you get acclimated to town and introduce you to some people. You'll have more friends than you'll know what to do with before you know it. Toby, who had been quietly sipping on his glass of orange juice all the while, suddenly perked up and swiveled on his stool towards the ferret. Ooh, I'll be your friend, Red! And then you'll have a friend in, middle of nowhere, Minnesota. Well, that's nice of you to offer, Toby. Thank you. Yay, he's here! Let's go! A towering Andean bear lumbered in from the front room, ducking his head between his broad shoulders to avoid hitting the doorframe. I forgot he was that tall. Morning. Sorry I'm late. I caught more fish than I was expected to. I confirmed from the cities of Minnesota, it's basically Lower Canada. Amazing. Oh my god. Gonna go to middle of nowhere, Minnesota to find furry. Oh, I love this bear so much. He's so good. I can't. As the bear passed by, Joe lifted a wing in front of her beak and waved it about. Oh my god, dude, gross. You smell like you fell in a lake. Like I said, I caught more fish than I was expecting to. Coulson reintroduced the ferret and bear, gesturing a hand between them. Nico? You remember Red. Nico had been one of the teachers who interviewed Red. He recalled him from the large scar running the length of his cheek. Now, not that he ever called attention to it. All right, hey, congrats on the job. If you need anything at school, a band room's right down the hall from the guidance counselor's office. And if you ever need a quiet place to eat lunch, you can join Coulson and me there. Faculty lounge is a zoo at lunchtime. You practically gotta yell to have a conversation. Oh, thanks. I'm not a big fan of loud environments, so I may just take you up on that. While Nico greeted Toby with a high 4, Coulson put out a stool for the ferret. Have a seat, Red. Breakfast is almost ready. Joe, easily the biggest fan of Sebastian's French toast, reached out to excitedly tap her wingtips in front of the ferret the second he sat down. Dude, Red, you're in for a treat. This is like the best French toast there is. Period. It's got secret ingredients and everything, and he won't even share the recipe. That's how you know it's good. While Sebastian placed the last piece of batter toast in the skillet, Coulson poured Nico's cup of Joe with a tablespoon of honey and a splash of cream before sliding the mug across the island to him. Red? Sugar? Honey? Cream? Oh, nothing for me, thanks. I'll just take it black. You're one of those straight-up black coffee dudes? Hardcore, man. Stuff tastes like bitter dirt water. I don't understand how you can drink it like that. I guess I don't have much of a sweet tooth? Sebastian scoffed as he stacked slices of French toast onto a set of plates at the far side of the stove. Oh, we'll see about that, mister. Challenge accepted. Uh-oh, you're in trouble now, Red. You just threw down the biggest gauntlet there is to a baker. A cup of straight-up bitter dirt water was pushed in front of Red before Coulson poured himself one in it with the addition of creamer like Nico, but far more of it. Oh my god. The blonde Tanuki then... Oh, Red's a stronger guy than I am. I tried dark coffee once and my face imploded. Yeah, like, dark coffee is supposed to be better for you, but, like, I mean, I don't like coffee, period. Unfortunately. I wish I did, but I don't. Even with creamer, I can still taste it, so, yeah. The blonde Tanuki then set the table, arranging napkins and silverware in front of everyone. Toby got several extra napkins. Anytime syrup was involved, they were usually necessary. Everyone was given a plate stacked with 3 thick slices of Sebastian's specialty toast. The badger then dangled a bottle of maple syrup above Toby's plate. He gave his son a more serious look as he bounced the bottle's handle on the tip of his claw. And I don't rely on coffee like most. I also live in the Pacific Northwest. Can I trust you to use a normal amount this time, little leaf? Toby's eyes darted from the syrup bottle to Dad and back again until the tips of his canines poked out from his upper lip. Okay, I won't, I promise. Thank you, Toby. Mere moments after Sebastian relinquished the bottle of syrup to Toby and turned us back to him, the boy already had the cap off. His unscrewing of it might have been described as mildly violent. It was syrup time. Now. The boy tipped the bottle towards his plate, rolling his tongue across his upper lip in anticipation. Toby really was going to be good this time. He did promise, after all, that he would use a normal amount of syrup just moments ago. Nico, however, had other ideas. With a cheerish grin on his face, the bear placed an index finger underneath the corner of the bottle and sharply tilted it upward. God damn it, Nico. A prodigious, I don't know. Sorry for not pronouncing that right. I don't know why. Amount of dark brown syrup was dumped atop the ambrosial pile of sweet toast in front of the boy. It rolled down the sides with the stacked slices, pooled at the base, and then rose like a moat, protecting a decadent castle. Sebastian returned with glasses just in time to catch the bear finishing Prodigious. Prodigious. Okay. Prodigious. There we go. Thanks, Gokai. Sebastian returned with glasses just in time to kiss the bear, finishing the heavy pour, having nearly emptied half the bottle over the stack of toast. The badger shot a bear look, pure exasperation on his face. My hand slipped. Sebastian sat down one of the glasses he was holding, using his free hand to massage his now aching head. Well, at least it didn't overflow the plate this time. The giggle machine belonging to Toby revved its engine once more. I swear, I'm going to set out the world's tiniest bottle of syrup from now on, so none of you can do this to me or my French toast ever again. Nico leaned in towards Toby as a smirk grew on the bear's face. Don't worry, kid. I'll bring over a huge bottle just for you. Dadja can't stop this syrup train. Hee hee, choo-choo! The incessant laugh continued as the boy attacked his first piece of syrup-soaked toast with a fork. There was a momentary pause for an to slip through, but the giggles returned shortly after. Please stop being cute, Toby. I wasn't done pouring yet. God, they're so adorable. The rest of Red's first day in Pinecrest might have just been a relaxing one. If it weren't for, pouting. I've done pouting. My bad. If it weren't, Claire did that as well. If it weren't for Toby's repeated request that the ferret join him in whatever game he was engaged in. Red had agreed to soccer, video games, kart racing, of course, drawing, and the evergreen classic, The Floor is Lava. It was nearly time for dinner when Toby finally gave Red a break, thanks to Sebastian's noting that he had been on a red-eye flight and was probably tired. The ferret had been napping on the Granger's couch when he was called to dinner and served stuffed bell peppers. They were almost as good as the French toast from earlier, which was saying something. After they finished their meal, complete with plenty of lively conversation similar to brunch, Red bid the family a good evening and retired to the guest unit. He watched some local TV until just after midnight, and then turned in for the night. Oh, buddy. So this scene I saw. I will ask this as well, and if this has not been confirmed, you do not have to tell me. Is there any confirmation that Red is some form of neurodivergent? If you're still in chat, and if you don't want to answer that, that's fine. But I'm curious about that. I personally have autism and everything else like that. So that's something. I don't think Claire got that far. Will that be revealed later? Then that might be revealed later. Maybe he doesn't want to tell me. If that's not the case, then he doesn't have to tell me. This scene caught me off guard as I was purely listening to the audio when the scene came up. Yeah, so I was just curious about that, just because panic attacks are not fun. So I definitely I empathize with Red during that scene. I very much empathize with that scene. So that's all I was asking. Again, don't answer if you don't want to spoil anything, but yeah. So you ask an interesting question. Let me answer. Ooh, okay. While you're answering, I'll read through this more.
Sus.
Gokai, why'd you set off that alert? Why? God damn it. Why did you? It was unhid. Screw you. Anyway, I got all right, gotta do that, and then I gotta put 515 to let's see here. I imagine Tanuki Dad probably is want to give a good answer. Yeah, having autism plus anxiety isn't fun for me. Yeah, that's always fun. Yeah, I'll check the Smasher Pass in just a minute. Why do I get the feeling? Why do I get the feel? Huh. Yeah. Yeah. It's Nico. 6'6", 31, 290 pounds. A spectacled bear. This is his little bio and everything else like that. All right, so from Tanuki Dad. It's one of those things where it's probably best I don't answer because the main narrative was intentionally written to be open for interpretation in parts. Answering that specific question might color your experience and personal interpretation before you've seen the entire thing. That is completely fair. I absolutely respect that answer. I appreciate you answering the question and everything else like that. And honestly, that's probably a great way to go about it anyway and everything else like that. So very much appreciate it. But yeah, I love Nico. Look at this bear. Look at this bear. He's a great bear. He's a fantastic bear. Obviously, I'm going to give it a smash. I don't think that's really a question. Anyway, that's a smash. Before we move on, I do need to add, I think Belly Out is done, so I'll go ahead and do that. I think I got to do a couple smooches. So give me a second. Where's one of my boyfriends? There it is.
Bigger.
I think I had to do a couple. 5%. I'm going to move my PNG tuber so you guys can still see the dialogue. There we go. And boop. All right, finally, let me go ahead and add 515 to Sonic 06. Hates anything mint where nobody's perfect. Come on. Look, not everybody can like mint, hon. Not everyone can like mint. LMAO, babe. Jasper, do you like mint, hun? Do you like mint? I personally like mint. Mint ice cream, I don't think has really appealed to me, but I do like mint. I think mint's neat. Anyway. I literally had mint ice cream and mint Oreos earlier today. LMAO! Amazing. All right. Must hate the Tails doll plush then, lol. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on. Oh, right. I need to write smash. There we go. I just want to say to Nuki Dad, I don't know if I should apologize for this, but most likely that won't be the last time I get a Smasher Pass request from one of your characters. That probably won't be the last time, which is funny. I don't know if there'll be any more today, but yeah. All right. After 5 minutes, the shower's hot water was lukewarm. Taking one last deep breath, Red rose to his feet, turned out the water, and stepped out. The ferret dried himself off while continuing his breath exercises before returning to bed So I'm totally down to find out every character's Smasher Pass. We do it the way that we do a Smasher Pass here. It's a $5 tip, 500 bits, or 2 gift subs. So it's only going to happen if that happens. It's kind of how we do it around here. So I don't know if we'll get any more today. But I will look forward to if we get any more. Well then, smirk. Look! Well then. The ferret dried himself off while continuing his breathing exercises before returning to bed for another attempt at sleep. Okay, as I was saying, I remember one story, actually, whenever it was a day before I was supposed to go on a trip, and for some odd reason, I was starting to have this very weird thing where everything was suddenly... It felt like I was going fast. Everything was going fast or slow at the same time and everything else in my head. Like, things were going too fast, but then things were going too slow. And it was a very weird thing in my head. And I was so, like, I was freaking out. I think this was before PAX last year. Tanuki Dad, thank you for gifting a sub to Mind Boom. So that's one gift sub. If you do one more, then that will be a Smasher Pass. I appreciate gifting the sub. Thanks a lot. What was it? 20%? Was it 20%? Yes, it was. Okay, there we go. All right. We'll go ahead and continue on for now. But are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, so that gives you about 3. That gives you 3 Smasher passes total. The reason we limit to the 3 just because like for every like mass dono or skip sub, because we don't want to like have like Smasher passes forever. So that's something else to establish. But holy shit, Tanuki Dad, you did not need to do that. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 10 gift sub bomb. Holy shit. Yes, $25. Well, we need to add like what is it? Like we need to add the 25 from what is it? We need to add, so it's 275 total cuz he did another gift sub as well. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, let me know what 3 characters you want me to do Smasher passes on, I guess. Jesus. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder indeed. I fucking wonder indeed. All right, anyway, I'm actually going to let the chat, your chat decide. Oh my god. Oh my god. Really? Okay. Okay, so you know what? Let's do it when we can do it when they pop up. You know what? Why not? Okay, so we have 1 for Sebastian. We have 1 for Buck. We need 1 more. We need 1 more. What's the last one we're going to do, folks? Okay, so Sebastian, we have Buck. There's 1 at the end of the episode. Should we save that, Tobias? Should we maybe save for whatever's at the end of the episode then? Okay. Oh, this is tricky. This is tricky. Let's save it. I want to see. Okay. We'll do Sebastian. We'll do Buck. And we'll see whatever is at the end of this thing. Sound good, everybody? Does that sound good? Thumbs up in the chat. Thumbs up emojis. Give me some thumbs up emojis for that. Also, Tanuki Dad, I need to let you know, you've also, first off, let me add some stuff. So it was 2750. I need to do some math here. So that puts Psycho 6 at 428. 420, what was it? Hold on. I gotta get a calculator, damn it. I gotta calculate. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. Jasper, you should absolutely draw these characters. You should absolutely draw them. I need to do some math. Give me a second. Check the sheet. Okay. I'm sorry, hun. 427.30. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn it. God damn it. Anyway, Draw, thank you so much for resub for the resub. Really appreciate that. Anyway, I gotta do this now. So yeah. So we'll do this. We're gonna do the Smasher passes after a certain thing we're about to do. You hold on. I don't remember Rio drawing this particular background. Oh my god. All right, I gotta do some stuff. Give me a second. Here we go. Main display. Yeah, we're gonna do, don't worry. Belly's gonna happen, don't worry. And I also gotta do deep voice for 5 minutes.
Which is gonna be this deep. So this should be interesting. God damn it. Alright, here we go. Here we go, chat. Doing a visual novel. You're welcome, I guess. Okay. The fairy tried himself while continuing his breathing exercises before returning to bed for another attempt at sleep. Unfortunately, further sleep eluded him. Fine. Red rolled out of bed and went to get dressed in front of the mirror in the bathroom. His gaze lingered on the scar across his cheek, a flash of pink in his otherwise cream-colored fur, and the triangular wedge missing from his left ear. This probably sounds so fucking weird. He decided to go on a long walk to clear his head. It would be the first time he explored his new town.
Small.
We'll do this afterwards, Shady. We'll do this afterwards. This will be after I'm done with you boys. Red ended up walking quite the distance that morning, seeing a number of the town's notable landmarks along the way, of which there weren't many. After he crossed over the main road running north and south through the center of town, he came upon the local coffee shop. Named Beans Coffee, it had an appropriately matched logo, a paw with a toe pad swapped out for coffee beans. The lights were on, but the shop appeared to be closed. There would be no caffeine for the weary. The Beans Coffee design is pretty good, yeah. The downtown area around the shop had a few other buildings. The town hall, tiny, the post office, tiny, and the library, even tinier than the post office somehow. Red might have poked his head into the library, but like every other business in the sleepy town, it was not open yet. Like every other business, sorry. Seeing nothing left of note, he continued north along the main road, having to cross a pair of railroad tracks running in a diagonal line through the middle of town. Not a single train had come by since he'd arrived, nor on the days he interviewed for the guidance counselor position. The railroad ties were discolored with patches of black tar, and the rails themselves had only a thin silver of steel left unrusted. It was clear that the tracks weren't used much, if at all. Shortly after crossing them, Red came upon the town park. It was clean, and seemed relatively new. It housed a well-appointed playground and an open grassy field that led down a dock extending 20 feet out into a small lake. Red approached the gazebo and took a seat on one of the slender wooden benches inside, looking out across the water. He focused on a small group of pine trees on the opposite shore, letting his mind empty. Quiet. It was the first word that popped into the ferret's head. There was no traffic, no honking, no construction vehicle beeps, clangs, or crunches. No off-tune dingling of the light trail. It felt wrong somehow. The more he focused on the absence of familiar things, the more the ferret's pensive state struggled to maintain itself. It snapped completely when a gnat buzzed by his ear. He waved a hand around his face to shoo the bug. That was enough thinking for now. Red returned to the main road and continued north until it came upon the Pinecrest School grounds, which was easily the largest place in town he'd come across, sorry.
Okay, deep voice is done. That's 5 minutes. I'll keep belly on, but we do have to shrink back down. Anyway, yeah, that darn typo. Yeah, there's probably a couple typos in here. I assume that's going to be resolved in future updates. But yeah, thanks to Nuki Dad. That was your fault. That was your fault. Oh man, again, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Holy crap. All right. Anyway, let's go and continue on. Now with regular voice again. Cool? Cool. Let's keep going. The campus consisted of 3 buildings, one for the elementary school, and a smaller one in the middle of the offices, and the largest one, the high school. Both schools had their own gymnasiums. Legitimately very funny. I enjoyed it. It was like an early 90s handheld electronic text-to-speech machine reading our novel. That is so funny that's how you interpret it. I'm kind of flattered, honestly. Anyway, I need to smooch 2 cuties again. Give me a second. I need to do a couple smooches. Give me a second. I'm gonna do that. And then I'm just gonna... There we go. Yeah. In case that's not obvious, that's, in case it's not obvious, by the way, the dog is Lago. That's, Drops, Sona. And the crab is Jasper the Crab, Sona, and everything else like that. Both my lovely boyfriends, who I love very much. I think it's been about 2 minutes for Belly, so I'll probably go and turn that off. Both schools had their own gymnasiums, but the high school housed the pool, track, and football fields. The ferret took note of the silver lettering affixed to the brick facade, reading Pinecrest Dragons. Dragons? Better mascot than my last school, at least. After admiring the campus for a few minutes, Red continued his long walk along the east-west road running parallel to the rural highway. Yeah, just a heads up. If you ever get, like, some fan art, some big BP fan art, maybe in the next week of your characters, Tanuki Dad, it's probably from Jasper. Because he loves big boys. We'll be back in a bit. Sounds good, hun. Have a good dinner. Red continued his long walk along the east-west road, running parallel to the rural highway. Heads up, we'll do the Smasher Pass for Sebastian and Buck once they appear again, by the way. Towards the end of his stroll, after he turned south, Red was surprised to spy a golf course just on the other side of the tree line. A golf course? In such a small town? It wasn't exactly going to win any awards. It looked as though someone had hastily mowed strips of shorter grass through a field of weeds. There was barely any difference between the fairways and rough on either side. 2 older women were teeing off on a hole parallel to the road. A taller of the pair gave a wave and a friendly smile to the ferret as he walked by. The other shanked her ball into the tree line, followed by a slew of F-bombs and then laughter. After passing the course, Red came to the same road he began to walk on. Just a few minutes later, he was back at the Granger's residence. After he gazed into the house from the road, he spot a flash of Toby play chasing with his dads in the living room. With his hands in his pockets, the ferret's gaze fell to the driveway as he returned to the guest unit, chin lowered the entire way. Oh, we got some knocks. How's everyone doing tonight? Hello, Turner. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing well. Red answered a knock to the door to find Coulson holding a pitcher of water filled with thin slices of lemon and cucumber. Morning, Red. I stopped by early to see if you wanted some breakfast, but I guess you were out on a walk. Red swiftly adjusted his posture, lengthening his spine and squaring his shoulders. His lips curled into a polished smile as he stepped out to meet Coulson. Yeah, I woke up early and decided to go explore the town a bit. Well, I hope you enjoy what our little town has to offer. I wanted to drop this pitcher off to you because the tap in there tastes awful. Here. Oh, great timing. I'm pretty thirsty from the walk. Thanks. Toby scurried towards the guest unit through the backyard, kicking a soccer ball along the way. He stopped dribbling as he reached the short staircase, and then dashed up it to give the ferret a chipper smile. I'm not the best at reading. I apologize. Also really funny that the 3 Smasher Passes are doing is not Coulson. I just want to say that. We're skipping out on Coulson, apparently. So. But that's what people wanted, so. He stopped, Yeah, I read this whole thing already. Okay. Hi, Red. Yeah, I forgot which dad was which. Sebastian is the badger. Coulson is the tanuki. Hey there, Toby. Looks like you're having a fun day so far, huh? Yeah. On a dime, Toby whipped his head to look up at his father and tapped the back of his hand to grab his attention. Hey, Dad? Yeah, kiddo? Can Red come eat with us tonight? Oh, I don't see why not. Would you like to join us, Red? Yeah, sure. Where are we going? It's a restaurant at the local golf course. It's Toby's favorite place to go because... 21 shrimp basket! Because of that. Red couldn't help but chuckle at Toby's intense enthusiasm. I guess it must be pretty good if you're that excited about it, huh? Uh-huh, it's real good. Shrimp. And you get french fries and hush puppies with it, too. We'll be heading out at 6, if that's okay with you. Yeah, that's fine. Great. Just meet us out front and we'll go. Red nodded and waved goodbye to Coulson and Toby as they passed the soccer ball between themselves on their way back to the main house. Once inside, Red drank a heavy glass of water before sitting at the foot of the bed. He turned on the wall-mounted TV across from it and was greeted with the local news delivering a 10-day weather forecast. The high temperatures reached 70 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 of the days, and every other day was in the 60s. The thing that caught Red's eye, though, were the low temperatures. They were in the middle to low, mid to low 40s every single day. Even in the dead of winter, San Diego's lows were still warmer than that. Oh my god, in September? What have I done? Before being further horrified, Red surfed more local channels, discovered that fishing, hiking, canoeing seemed to be popular activities in the area. They were nearly on every program. The ferret burned several hours between watching TV and napping, and it was nearly 6 o'clock before he knew it. Somebody might have not brought in clothing potentially for the weather. Oops. After quickly showering and getting dressed, Red exited the guest house to find the Grangers already waiting next to their minivan in the driveway. Red double-checked the time on his phone. 5:56 p.m. Jeez, you guys made me think I was late. You're early yourself. We're just overly punctual. Front seat's all yours, Red. I'll sit in the back with Toby. All right. I'm going to do a quick... and I'm going to put this in the Smash or Pass chat that's in here. So this is Sebastian. Tanuki Dad. Request number 1. So I mean, this should probably be obvious. I love him to death. I think he's such a good character design. Badger character designs, when they're done really right, are just so fucking adorable. And the fact that he's a chef, too. The fact that he's a chef, as well, also makes it fantastic. And everything else like that. And, I look at that face, I'm just like, you just look so lovely. And everything else like that. But yeah. Sebastian is 1000% Smash. So, Smash number 1. That's Smash number 1. Red began to fidget as Sebastian slid the rear door of the van open and started to climb in. Swoon. Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely swoon. Do you mind if I sit behind the driver's seat, please? Sebastian blinked and leaned back out of the van. Sure, if you like. Sorry, I just, I can get car sick pretty fast in other seats. No problem. Have at. Oh, look, animals. Yo, Senior Brilliant, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, man. Senior Brilliant, for those who don't know, is the lead programmer for this project, and also the lead game dev for Breeze in the Clouds. Hope you're doing well, man. After Red climbed in, Toby followed, sitting in his booster seat. When Sebastian attempted to buckle him in, however, the boy put his hand on top of his father's to stop him. Can I do it, Dad? All right, but I need to hear a click before we can go, okay? After Toby buckled himself in, Sebastian gave the strap a firm tug to ensure the belt was secure, which it was. I guess we... Thanks, Gokat. Bounce up and down, bounce up and down. I guess we can let you buckle yourself in from now on, kiddo, huh? Uh-huh. Told you I can do it. Sebastian slid the rear door closed and hopped into the front seat. Toby practically vibrated with excitement, a toothy grin on his face. As the van began pulling out the driveway, the boy swung his legs and hummed an upbeat tune of his own making. Hey, Italian Enzo! Thank you so much for gifting a sub. Senior Billion, very much appreciate that. I will put that towards Sonic 06, as that's the current goal right now. Give me a second. Boop. And a boop. There we go. Oh, shoot. I missed a dialogue. Oh, well. Hold on. Let's check the log. Oh, dang. All right. It's only for that screen. Oh, well. A short drive from the Granger's house to Divots took them through a small division adjacent to the golf course. The subdivision's entrance served as an abrupt demarcation line between modest house and the more lavish golf course adjacent style home. The whole neighborhood felt out of place in comparison to the rest of the town, as if someone had airlifted in a wealthy neighborhood from another area. Just before the golf course, the paved road turned to gravel littered with potholes, most of which were unavoidable. They made the van bounce and toss as the group approached a parking lot in front of an old, nondescript two-story building. Due to it being the night of the weekly golf league, the lot was fairly full that evening. It said the 21 shrimp basket awaited. Thank you, Becky. 21 shrimp basket. I love Toby's enthusiasm. It was the first time Red had seen in town that seemed the first place Red had seen in town that seemed well occupied. Luckily, the group had arrived early enough to miss the golfers, who were not yet finished with their rounds. In an hour, the restaurant would be packed to the gills, but for now, it was mostly empty. Also, Senior Billion, I assume I don't know if you saw my comment on one of the posts you put in a few weeks ago about a supposed like suspicious exe file or something else like that you had apparently. April Fools. I threw my interest in there, if you didn't see it, but, yeah. All right. Luckily, the group had arrived, early enough to miss the golfers who were not yet finished with their rounds. In an hour, the restaurant would be packed to the gills, but for now, it was mostly empty. Yeah. If you do end up, sending that my way, I will absolutely do that on Wednesday. After packing, they entered through a white door on the first floor. It was so heavily coated in alabaster dust from base to knob that it gave the door a color gradient. Inside, bare-threaded green carpet littered with golf shoe pockmarks led to locker rooms on the left and right, and a wooden staircase to the second floor. It smelled musty, like a bowling alley mixed with a faint scent of old pine, which seemed to be what most of the building was constructed out of. The stairs squeaked in protest as the four climbed to the restaurant on the second floor, aptly named Divots. At the top of the staircase, a sign with the words Pro Shop pointed to the direction opposite the host's stand, while the others opened up to the restaurant. And here we are. All right. Took only a few moments for the proprietor of the establishment to approach the group, his hooves making the wood flooring beneath the carpet squeak as loudly as the stairs had. Toby's eyes lit up at the older colossal elk, bent down at the waist. As the older colossal elk bent down at the waist and held up his palm, the boy's comparative miniature paw smacked into it for a high four. Hey there, Toby. God damn. Yeah, I got that reaction too. All right, quick, all right, so this is Buck. This is Tanuki Dad request number 2. And yeah, holy shit. Look at this man. Look at his floof, like right here. Look at his floof. Like, my God, it looks so goddamn good. Like, those eyes are so sincere. I love, like, hot older men, generally speaking. Like, it's one of my favorite type of character types, and like this absolutely fits that. And also, he is so much taller than everybody else. How tall is he supposed to be? Do you guys have a canonical height for Buck? Because I'm so curious, because he seems really he seems taller than Nico, honestly. But he's definitely a smash, like 1,000%. He's 8 foot. Holy shit. 8 feet tall. God damn. Billy, you shut your goddamn mouth. You shut your goddamn mouth. Oh my god. Anyway, smash. Fantastic. So that's character number 2. Character number 3, we will see at the end of this whole thing. Anyway, hey there, Toby. Hi, Buck. He's such a big boy, and I love him. He's great. A menu wasn't necessary for Toby, since he always got the same thing, so the elk pulled out 3 menus from behind the bar. Got a 4th tonight, huh? Buck, this is Red. He's going to be the new guidance counselor at school. After an exchange of greetings between the ferret and elk, Buck gestured into the restaurant with an open palm. The elk led the guests to a booth overlooking a small oval-shaped green, overshaped green just outside. Toby scooted into the booth first, right up against the window, his favorite seat. The boy patted the spot on the bench next to him while looking up at the ferret eagerly. Yes, people were absolutely like, my god. Anyway. You can sit next. Sorry, I'm looking at Senior Brilliant's thing again. Toby would say this as an answer to how tall are you? Oh my god. Would Toby do 6'7"? Would Toby do 6'7"? I guess he's technically Gen Alpha. I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. After the group had taken their seats, Buck confirmed. Also, quick clock check. You can sit next to me, Red. There we go. After the group had taken their seats, Buck confirmed the families. Do not give Toby an iPad! Cole is asking, does Toby meme? Look! How dare you even question that Colton Jurassic could let Toby be exposed to 6'7"? It's an interesting question, though, you know? Anyway, moving on. Buck confirmed the family's usual drink order, which he knew by heart. Iced tea, gentlemen? Colson and Sebastian nodded. Apple juice, Toby? Yes, please. Red? Oh, water's fine, thanks. Buck returned to the bar before a sudden loud thunk outside the window startled Red, making him jump in his seat. God, what the heck was that? Everyone else's reaction was muted, however. No one seemed to pay the sound any mind. A hearty laugh rang out from the elk behind the bar as he prepared the table's drinks. You might hear that a few times while you're here. They changed a hole 9 into a 65-yard par 3, so a ton of balls go sailing past the green and right into the side of the clubhouse. Golfers here aren't exactly PGA Tour pros. Pretty dumb redesign, if you ask me, but what do I know? I'm just a guy who runs the restaurant. Is it actually safe to sit next to the window, then? Yeah, you're fine. All the windows have double pan-tempered glass. Nothing's getting in here. The building's siding's seen better days, though, that's for sure. We all know that Colson's Match only shows Toby the finest memes, like Rage Comics. What the fuck? Anyway. Specials tonight are jalapeno mac and cheese and roasted garlic mushroom pasta, soup, baked potato. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to decide. As Buck departed for the kitchen, Toby tapped Red's elbow. You should get shrimp. Red chuckled at Toby's relentless fervency for the dish, and returned the Tanuki's grin with a matching one of his own. Why, I think I just might. That made Toby's little tail tap the bench seat. A couple minutes later, Buck returned to the table and spread his arms, turning his palms up. All right, what will it be, guys? That mac sounds pretty good. I'll have that. Pasta special for me. Do I even need to ask Toby? Nope. And for you, Red? The ferret gestured to Toby with an outstretched thumb. I'll have what he's having. Converted you, did he? Yes, so. He's been talking it up a lot. All right. Sounds good, guys. I'll have those right out. So, where'd you go on your walk this morning, Red? Let's see. Saw the coffee shop, the library, the post office. I walked around the park and the school campus, down the road next to the golf course. I stopped to stay at the gazebo in the park for a little while. Well, a long while, actually. Time got away from me for a bit there. Isn't that gazebo just lovely? I'm such a sucker for the lights that have strung up all around it. You should see it at night. It's very romantic. Coulson and I shared our first kiss there, you know. As if on cue, Coulson leaned toward Sebastian to bump his nose into the badger's cheek marking like it was a bullseye for his affection. Sebastian leaned into it, and the Tanuki gave him a quick kiss after his nose landed on target. Yes, Pierre's voice for Buck was really, really good. And the second and third... God! Oh, fuck. I am such a sucker for Old Man Yowie. It's so good. I mean, they're in their, you know, they're more middle-aged, but you get me. They're more in their 40s, but you get me. Bleh. Kissing's gross. In a show of maturity befitting a 40-year-old, Coulson stuck his tongue out at Toby. Yeah, you're gross. What? I'm not. Sebastian followed with his own equally marked remark, a devastating counterpoint to Toby's firm assertion that he was not, in fact, gross. R2. Hey! Toby whipped his head to look up at the ferret seated next to him, his tail slapping against the seat in a sharp, percussive manner. Am I gross, Red? Red tilted his head while he looked at Toby, pretending to study him. Yes. Ah! It's so cute. Toby's stunned silence and comically aghast expression drew laughter from the adults at the table. Oh, we're just kidding, little leaf. You're too cool to be gross. Too cool for school, in fact. The kindergarten starts in a couple days. I don't want to be too cool to go. Red gave Toby a reassuring look. Don't worry. You're still going to school. Your dad's just saying that you're a neat kid, which you are. Oh, phew. The Among Us Twitter put out a picture of a crewmate in front of a job application saying maybe if you focused less on 6-7, you could get a 9 to 5 instead. Oh my god, that's so good. That's funny. Oh, phew. Do you have a subject you're looking forward to the most, Toby? Recess. Fucking get him. The adults shared in some laughter once again. I don't think that's a subject, kiddo. What's something other than recess you're looking forward to? Oh, music class. Nico's the teacher. Remember to call him Mr. Rojas at school, Toby. You have to treat him like you do other teachers while you're there. I know, Dad. You already told me a bunch of times. Wait, there's only one music teacher for both schools? Nico teaches all ages? Yep, he's in the elementary school in the morning and high school in the afternoon. I'm so glad the Zoom effect was enjoyed. That was a late addition and something that was a little tricky to figure out how to do in Engine. Well, you did a really good job on it. It's very effective. Wow, both schools I worked for each had 3. A single teacher covering grades K through 12. It's crazy. Well, we might need a second music teacher soon if the band continues to grow like it has the past couple of years. Feels like half the student body wants to join now. It's pretty much all Nico's doing. Oh, students must find him pretty likable, huh? Oh yeah, all the kids love Nico. He's considered one of the cool teachers by both students and faculty. I'm a little jealous, admittedly. I'm one of the dorky ones. I mean, being the principal, I was already going to get the designation by default, but the older students refer to me as Dorky Dad. But you are a Dorky Dad! That's affectionate! I say Dorky Dad affectionately, goddammit! The younger kids even called me Mr. Ohio. I don't know what that means, and I refuse to look it up, but I'm guessing it's the Gen Alpha equivalent of dork. Oh, fucking Ohio. This made me fucking laugh when I saw this during Claire's stream. I love it. Not the Ohio memes! Oh, it sort of is, yeah. Coulson let out a defeated sigh. The truth hurts. Sebastian bumped the side of his hip to Coulson's and patted his knee beneath the table. Oh, but your dorkiness is part of your charm. I'd vacation to Cincinnati any day for you, Mr. Ohio. That's how I know you're crazy about me. No sane person would ever vacation in Cincinnati. I love them so much. My God. I absolutely fell in love with them. They're so good. They're so fucking good. Sebastian winked at his husband as he sipped his iced tea. The badger leaned back in his booth, gesturing to the ferret with his free hand. Enough about us, though. We'd love to know more about you, Red. Did you grow up in San Diego? This isn't America. This is Ohio! Yeah, lived there all my life. Same house, too. Oh, yeah? What's your favorite thing about that house? Red's brows lowered in thought. There were so many things. How could he pick just one? After a nearly uncomfortable amount of silent reflection, he answered, maybe our backyard and patio? Our yard itself wasn't very big, but it was nice. Palm trees, tiki torches, flamingo lawn ornaments. You know, Californian. Red wasn't content with a surface-level answer, though. He combed through specific details of his childhood home and his memories, as if flipping through an old photo album. There was an old dartboard hanging on the outside wall. We played darts for hours and hours. My dad would do all sorts of stuff to screw up my turn. He was always trying these stupid tricks throws that he'd miss by a mile every time. The wall looked like it was target practice for a tiny chain gun. Oh, and we had a Miss Pac-Man arcade cabinet in one corner. Fucking based! Based as hell! Based as hell! I love Miss Pac-Man. You know how you can flip a little switch on old arcade machines and it'll act like you put in a quarter? No switches for us. Mom insisted we use actual quarters. She swore up and down that the ghosts were more aggressive for you. She'd been down with the free play. We had a red Solo cup full of them next to the cabinet. Whenever you wanted to challenge someone else, you pick up the cup and shake it, like a dinner bell for dots and ghosts. We also had this binder full of Miss Pac-Man's special moves, which I still think my mom made up, despite her saying they were from some underground manual. They were silly and fun. Like, a fruit salad. When you eat 3 ghosts in a row, get the fruit. Then eat the last ghost before the first one makes it back to the middle box. We'd usually say stupid stuff like, geez, no reason for that kind of play. Calm down whenever it happened. And after I was old enough to drink, my dad brought this hot pink mini fridge with black lights inside it and stocked it with only Zima. The malt beverage from the 90s. They still make that? Sure do. Huh. Why only Zima, though? I don't know. He never explained why. I will say, though, Zima gets a bad rap. It's actually pretty good. Gosh, it was such an incredible place to hang out. I miss it a lot. I don't think I've ever heard more of a detailed answer to that question before. I love that you remember all the details. That's what makes the place special. Yeah. Sebastian turned towards his son to prompt him. Toby, would you like to ask Red something about himself? Oh, how'd you get your cool scar? Save for his eyes drifted towards his lap, the ferret didn't respond. Coulson quickly leaned across the table, head bowed and ears flattened. His voice hushed and apologetic. I'm sorry, Red. You don't answer if you don't want to. No, it's okay. Red folded his hands in his lap and turned his head towards Toby. I was in a really bad car accident. A piece of glass cut my cheek, and I'm missing a little piece of my ear, too. So that's why he didn't want to sit in the front. Oh, I'm sorry. Toby leaned his head to look up at Red's left ear. A small triangular wedge was missing from the otherwise smooth curve of his ear. You can barely tell about your ear, though. It's not very big. Thanks. At least you're okay, right? Okay. An empty word Red had seen plenty over the past few months. Yeah, I'm okay. I will say I do think the design of having like what looks like a little piece or something to him or something else like that. I'm getting fidget vibes. You mean from I assume you mean from Dusk, right? From Dust, right? Dust and Elysian Tail? Yeah, I'm okay. I love that little design. I have a bear design, which it's gonna be a little big on screen, but hold on a minute. I think let me find it. I think it's on here. Should be on here. It's a little big, but my particular Great Mouse Detective. Oh, my bad. That's really my fidget. But my bear character Moon has a little crescent on him because his name is Moon and everything else like that. I like those designs where it looks like a chunk of its ears kind of taken out and everything else like that. But I always be it's kind of part of their personality a little bit. So I always enjoy stuff like this, even if it unfortunately did come from something bad. The awkward lull of conversation that followed was thankfully interrupted by Buck, who approached the table with the group's dinner. All right, here we go, gents. The portion sizes on everyone's plate could be described in nearly every corner of the world as excessive. Oh yeah, my Drops loves Moon as well. So every time I mention him, he gets excited. It's very cute. Very quickly, I need to do something very quickly. Boop. Boop. There we go. Okay. Colson's mac and cheese was in a bowl with a depth akin to a Chicago deep dish pizza pan. Sebastian's pasta was piled several inches high on his plate, resembling a pyramid in shape. Drops of moonlight. Yeah, Drop Moon is in his username, so that does work. The shrimp baskets in front of Red and Toby had a side of fries that looked like an entire frozen bag's worth. Hush puppies sat atop them, nearly as big as one of Toby's fists. As if that wasn't enough, a ceramic crock of coleslaw also laid mostly buried beneath the avalanche. One might never know it was there if it wasn't for the flash of white and purple cabbage amidst the sea of golden brown fried fish. I love the descriptions here, giving really good visualization of like everything that's going on. Enjoy, gentlemen. Buck trotted off for the bar, leaving the four to their meals. Toby began his usual ritual before digging in. 1, 2, 3. He needed to ensure that there were, in fact, 21 shrimp in the basket. The adults at the table listened to Toby count upward, watching him hover a claw over each crispy popcorn shrimp as he went. 20, 21. Hey, 22! Toby's face lit off as if it were Christmas morning, and Santa had left him an additional piece of shrimp beneath the tree tied in a bow made of french fries. They gave me an extra one! Did they give you an extra one too, Red? I'm not sure. I haven't checked. I was watching you count yours. Oh, let me help. Toby leaned forward in his seat and hovered his hand over Red's basket, pointing a claw at each piece of shrimp as he began to count again. 1, 2. He made it all the way through the shrimp in Red's basket before stopping at 20. The little Tanuki looked confused for a moment. He knew he had counted every piece. Hey, you only got 20. That's not fair. Once he realized the kitchen's abhorrent mathematical error, Toby plucked one of the shrimp from his own basket by its tail and dropped it in Red's. Now you got 21 like you're supposed to. Red chuffed at Toby's display of charity. Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Toby. Thank you. Coulson and Sebastian beamed across the table, proud of their son's generous act. However, shrimpy. I may end up giving it back to you, though. I didn't see how I'll be able to eat all of this, and I didn't even have lunch. Sebastian laughed while spooling up a fork stabbed into a mountain of pasta on his plate. Welcome to the upper Midwest, where the portion size is too small if you can finish it. I'm guessing San Diego portions are a little more reasonable. Most places, yeah, for sure. And this was how much again? $15? Pretty good deal, yeah? Insane. That would be like $30 minimum back home. Hopefully you'll find the food here to be okay, since we don't exactly have a wide variety of options in town. Toby had already begun eating with both hands, combining bites of shrimp from his left hand with nibbles of french fries in his right. A bite of hush puppy was the only missing ingredient to achieve maximum deliciousness, rectified by the boy an instant later. It left him with wide eyes and a mouth so full of food that it bulged his cheeks outward. Red couldn't help but laugh. Swallow your food before you have more bites, kiddo. You're not a squirrel. Toby snickered in response as he munched away at the heavenly combination of flavors in front of him. As the dads began to dig into their own meals, Red opted to copy Toby, sampling the shrimp, hush puppy, and fries in consecutive order. The little Tanuki was right. It was artery-cloggingly delicious. Toby beamed up at Red while chomping on another couple of fries. It's good, isn't it? The Tanuki's shrimp-eating grin was infectious. I don't know if that's the intention, but I'd like to think that's a play on shit-eating grin, but it's shrimp-eating grin. I don't know if that was intentional, but that's what I thought of. It sure is. Fucking amazing. I love it. So good. I love the writing in this game. Amazing turn of phrase. It is. Good recommendation, Toby. There's shrimp-eating grin. Thank you so much. No problem, man. It's so good. The rest of the meal illustrated more of the typical banter the Granger family engaged in. There was frequent laughter and teasing of one another, but always in a good-natured way. They seemed to love simply being in one another's company. Despite that, Red was almost relieved when the dinner ended. It works very well, yeah. Shrimp eating Grid should be our raid message, absolutely. As he rode back with the family, toting a large styrofoam box containing more than half of his meal, the ferret stared out the window in deep thought. Tomorrow was the first day of school, a day that needed to be approached wide awake and well rested. But that wasn't the real reason. Red quickly said his good nights and retired to the guest unit after they'd packed in the driveway. He just wanted to be alone. Oh boy. Red was awoken by a notification on his phone. A message from a friend in California. They clearly hadn't considered the time difference between Pinecrest and San Diego. Aw, cute. We miss you! Hope Minnesota is treating you well. I'm not doing very... Oh, man, buddy! Fuck! Red put his phone on the nightstand without hitting send. As he rolled onto his side, another notification ran out above the droning whir of the fan. Oh, he has a fan on! But the message will remain unread. Poor ferret! My god. Poor boy. Yes! Yes, he's here! When Red entered the faculty lounge at Pinecrest Public School for the first time, he did so sluggishly. He had gotten very little sleep the previous night, and it was evident on his face. I'm sorry! Look, I was excited. I was excited. Despite his fatigue, the ferret made sure he got to work early. After all, being even the slightest bit late on one's first day was never a good look. A small number of teachers and staff were already assembled around the room, sitting at tables or couches. Amongst the early birds were Nico and a portly corgi, both standing in the back near the kitchen area as they conversed over coffee. Relieved to see a friendly face in a crowd of strangers, the ferret trudged over to Nico, who paused his conversation when he saw Red approach. You not sleep very well last night or something? No, is that obvious? You look pretty tired, yeah. First day jitters? Something like that, I'm sure. Nico gestured his hand between the corgi and ferret. Felix, this is Red, the new guidance counselor. Red, Felix. The two gentlemen of short stature exchanged hellos and shook hands. So what do you teach, Felix? Third grade. Is this the character, by the way, Tobias, or is it a different character you were talking about earlier? Just want to be sure. This is not the character. Okay, but I will say, Felix is a character created by, however... So, Felix is a character that belongs to, Rustbane. So, Rustbane is another artist, that has actually collabed with Tanuki Dad in the past, and, Felix has a bear husband and everything else like that, named Russ. He's also extremely cute. Your bias. Midori Deer, hello! How are you doing today? How are you doing? I hope you are fantastic. I hope you're doing fantastic. Just to quickly make sure I check. Make sure I get this right. Midori Deer is the editor for this particular visual novel. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to see you stop by. But yeah, I love Felix. I love Felix as well. Cool. Hope the kids treat you well this year. You're on mobile. That's completely fine. I hope you're enjoying the stream regardless. They usually do. Kids here are mostly a good bunch. Red was suddenly struck with a deep yawn, one that lasted a good 3 seconds. The ferret covered one eye with a hand that rubbed at it, apologizing. Coffee might do you some good, Red. For sure. Where are the mugs? In the cabinet right there. The bear pointed to the cabinet above the microwave, and then across the room at the coffee machine. The coffee maker might look like a nice espresso machine, but it ain't. It's just those, pod thingies. As long as it's got caffeine in it, it's good enough for me. Good to see multiple devs in the chat tonight. After the fair sluggishly departed, the bear and Corgi re-engaged in conversation. So, you gonna see your guy friend again? Yeah, but don't call him that. It's weird. He's just a friend. Yeah, a friend who was your first time with another guy, is recently single, and is also really into you. I've never seen you blush over any of your other friends, Bear. He's more than just a friend. He just haven't admitted it yet. The embarrassment radiating off the bear was palpable as Nico rubbed a hand at the back of his neck and turned away. Oh, come on, man. I'm sure the guy friend is just a friend. Felix raised a hand in front of himself. All right. Keep me up to date on how it's going, though. I'm an interested party. Felix tapped the back of his fist. Tapped the back of his fist off of Nico's hip and craned his neck to grin up at the stocky bear. It's good to see you finally getting out there. Happy for you. Thanks, Shorty. God, I love that. Oh, his blush is so good. Ah! As the lounge began to fill with more faculty and staff, Red returned to the pair while sipping from a mug filled to the brim. I bet you $20 he can't get out of this room without mentioning it 4 times. 4? No way, you're on. 4 what? Felix finished a sip of his coffee before he turned his head towards Red. We won a state award for being the most improved public school district in a few years ago. He won't stop talking about it or his award-winning staff in his start-of-year speeches. He mentioned it 3 times last year. I'm banking it on being 4 times this year. He's got to move on at some point. Hey, he's got to impress the new guy and make him feel like he's joined the Avengers or something. I figured that's worth 2 mentions alone right there, bare minimum. Guess we'll see, huh? Guess we will. Maybe we'll even be treated to another one of Coulson's corny metaphors at the end, too. So you can get the full experience, Red. Wouldn't want you to miss out. You're calling it a full experience makes me think it's a real treat. Oh yeah, big treat. What was one he said last year, Bear? Felix tilted his head towards Nico while he swirled his coffee in his nearly empty mug. Something about us being a forest. How, as teachers, we are all working together to create a self-sustaining ecosystem learning, I think. Didn't think he said it in a David Attenborough voice, too. Didn't he say in a David Attenborough voice? He tried to. The second embarrassment from that was brutal. Oh, there he is. Coulson entered the lounge just then, 2 minutes before the meeting was to start. Tucked under one of his arms was something large. Attenborough. Thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing it. I'm bad at pronunciations. Anyway. 2 minutes before the meeting was to start. Tucked under one of his arms was something large and rectangular made of wood. The Tanuki bobbed his head in hello to everyone as he went to make a cup of coffee for himself. As the final few drops of creamer made their way to Coulson's mug, his smartwatch buzzed out a reminder for the meeting. His streak of starting meetings perfectly on time had just officially carried over from last year into the new one. Standing in front of the couches, he took his first sip of coffee before raising his voice to start the meeting. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. A hush fell over the room as the staff buckled in for what was sure to be a rousing speech. Now, I know it's everyone's favorite day of the year, and that you're all thrilled to be back from summer vacation, but I can at least start us off with a nice surprise. The principal pulled the item tucked against his side and held it up in front of him. After 2 years of bugging the state, I'm proud to report to this award-winning staff that we finally have a physical acknowledgement of our most improved award. I know it's a few years late, but better late than never, right? Felix stuck out his thumb and first finger, a smirk gradually spreading across his lips like melting butter. Nico leaned down to whisper to the dog, stuck out his thumb and first finger. That's bullshit. Those were the same sentence. That does not count as 2. The hell it doesn't. You want special stipulations for a bet? You gotta state them up front, bud. Coulson beamed with pride as he made sure everyone was able to get a look at the plaque, turning it from one corner of the room to the other. Just below the state seal of Minnesota, which filled 2/3 of the plaque. Thanks. Nice go, guy. I'll do that for 2 minutes. There we go. This is my favorite scene. I gotta hurry home. Just below the state seal of Minnesota, which filled 2/3 of the plaque. A goat plated. A goat? Sorry, I'm a goat, but it's not goat plated. A gold plated plate affixed to the wood bore an inscription: Most Improved Award, Pinecrest School District 2021. I'll make sure to get it hung here in the lounge so you can all be reminded of your talent and dedication on the daily. Good luck getting home, Midori. I'm sure we could all use some more positive affirmation. Coulson gingerly set the award down on the table in front of the couches, and then lifted an index finger and waggling it in the air. I have another piece of good news to share as well. I got a word from the superintendent's office that there will be no budget cuts this year. 0. Hooray! That drew some applause from the staff, hearing they wouldn't have to stretch an already strained budget that was cause for celebration. Go away! I don't want to update. Fuck you. I'm trying to look at this great scene windows or 4K video downloader. Why must you interrupt? Anyway. Moving right along. Perhaps more so than a plaque from an old reward. Next, I want to introduce our new guidance counselor, Mr. Red Ellsworth. Coulson gestured to where the ferret stood in the back of the room. He's joining us from all the way out in sunny California, trading palm trees for pine and t-shirts for sweaters. Red, if you'd say hello, please. The way the entire room's eyes turned out on him made Red feel as though he were on stage. A spotlight had kicked on overhead. He sheepishly raised his hand and turtled into his shirt. Oh, hi everyone. The staff gave Red various forms of brief acknowledgement. Please do say hello to him if you've not already met. Just don't challenge him to a game of Miss Pac-Man. The man knows how to pull off a fruit salad. Some genuinely confused looks were exchanged amongst the staff, including Nico and Felix, who both glanced directly at Red. Felix mouthed, "What?" Thank you so much for choosing to join us, Red. You'll make this award-winning staff even better. A third finger was silently added to the dog's count. Felix caned rich smirk spoke loud enough on its own. Nico's eyelids fluttered closed as he rubbed 2 fingers to the side of his temple. Now, a few housekeeping items. Coulson's speech meandered into the mundane for several minutes. Coulson, I swear. Things like hall duty assignments, new state curriculum guidelines, and supply reimbursement policies. It was dry stuff. Red had to pound his entire cup of coffee to keep himself awake through it all. After Coulson finished going through his list of discussion items, the Tanuki spread his hands in front of himself. Okay, I'm done yakking. Any questions? 5 seconds of silence. All right, I'll take that as a no. Welcome to the new year, folks. Coulson bent his arm at the elbow and ratcheted it back and forward. Why did that take so long for me to pronounce? Back and forth, making something of a rah-rah gesture, an impressive dorky one at that. Now, let's go be gardeners. Let's go be gardeners. Nurture the seeds of knowledge and help them grow into big student loan paying trees. God damn it. God damn it. What a fucking dork. What a dork. What a dork. I love you. The joke received a few sputtering laughs. It certainly landed far better than the British Nature document bit. That's why we call you Mr. Howe. As the rest of the staff filed out of the room, Coulson approached Red and gave him a welcoming smile while gesturing towards the exit. Want to follow me to your new office? Yeah, sure. As the new game ferret strolled towards the exit, Felix smirk transferred to Nico, who bent a significant amount at the hips to bring his face close to the dog's. The smug bear stuck his palm out expectantly. The mustache corgi grumbled as he reached into his wallet to fetch a bill. He slapped it in the bear's outstretched hand, while he pointed at him sternly with the other. No gloating. Coulson had very neatly left the lounge before he abruptly about-faced and scurried back to snatch the plaque from the table. Gosh, I can't believe I almost forgot a reward. As Coulson departed with the plaque in tow, the corgi's hand pointed and crisply yoinked the bill back out of Nico's. Thank you. And 20 more, please. I don't have a 20 on me. I need to hit the ATM first. Better pay up. I know where you work. God damn it. To Cedarville. Badger Cakes. Ooh, we're going to Badger Cakes now. Oh, are we about to see who we're about to see? It had been a busy day at Badger Cakes, Sebastian's bakery. The Badger had easily burned through his breakfast inventory, in particular the Nico's bear claw, a standard bear claw, but with ample amounts of additional honey, had gone fast. The afternoon, however, had gone much slower, which gave Sebastian time. Yeah, I know it's not the end yet. Which gave Sebastian time to do some of the administrative work that had piled up on him. Ah, there she is. He'd only got through a small amount of it before the shop's bell rang out crisply. Yes, I believe there is a cookbook in the making. Is it already done? I can't remember if the cookbook's already done or not. At least, like, I don't know if there's a digital version. I can't remember. Tanuki Dad, if you want to confirm anything about where the cookbook is right now, go ahead. I might have forgotten. I remember seeing that was in development. Sebastian rose from his chair and returned to the front of the store. As he rounded his corners, however, his movement crawled to a stop. Em? Hey, Seb. Emma! Oh, man. She's adorable. She looks so cute. What are you doing here? Sebastian took note of the Shia Emma's swollen belly. Yeah, she's very pretty. Which she patted with her palm in acknowledgement. You're pregnant? Yes, obviously, but we can talk about it later. I'm actually here for something else. Sebastian silently gazed at Emma's stomach for several moments until his eyes flickered like someone remembering. Not done, about 50%, I'd say. We have like 6 recipes left to complete. I have to write the copy for all of that, and then there's quite a bit of art left. It's possible we release for Christmas time. That's the goal. Gotcha. I'll definitely have to keep that in mind. I'll see if I can definitely pick it up. Are you guys going to be doing a I can't remember if you guys said you're doing a physical book. Are you guys just doing digital? Unless you're just doing physical or I don't know how you guys are distributing. You guys are doing physical. Okay. I'm gonna assume then physical only, or are you guys playing a digital version as well? If it's physical only, that's fine. I'm just curious. Digital, sure, but this is a book you want in your grubby little paws. Gotcha. Honestly, that is fair. That is completely fair. But yeah, I'll definitely have to keep my eyes on it for whenever it comes out. Sebastian silently gazed at Emma's stomach for several moments until his eyes flickered like someone remembering that they left the oven on at home. And you couldn't have just texted me? And just like that, the distant, disagreeable undertone between the siblings that had been in place for years was back in place. Why? So you can ignore it like you have all my other text? I'm lucky to get a single word out of you a mouth. Correction. Lucky to get a single word out of your mouth. I'm tired of you ghosting me. I think I have a pretty good reason for not wanting to talk to you, Em. Sorry, I got a text. Ooh, boy. I was already at one of the lowest points of my life after Craig divorced me. I didn't need Dad finding out about it through you, of all people on top of it. Oh, God, what? Wait, was this talked about in a previous story? This is new. Oh my God, what? This is brand new. Holy shit, okay. All right, we're in it now, folks. We're in it now. We're getting into juicy stuff. Look, I know I screwed up. I told you 1,000 times it was an accident, but you... Want to know what he said to me after you left? That my mom just sat by and let him do... for free? No repercussions or anything? I need to read through the thing just so I can get the thing. Nor all my texts. You have all my other texts. I'm lucky to get a single word out of your mouth. I'm tired of you ghosting me. I think I have a pretty good reason. For not wanting to. I was already at my lowest points in my life after Craig divorced me. I didn't need Dad to finding out about it through you of all people on top of it. You finally ready to give woman a try then? No! 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 Oh, that sucks! Oh, I assume this is about the father. Because if I'm reading this right... You want to know what he said to me after you left? Oh, no! Oh! Shit! Oh, no, man. Keep in mind, this was directly after I had to listen to a lecture on how I could learn a thing or two from you on how to be successful. You never supported my passion. Culinary school, waste of money. Go pay for yourself. Film school, investment of the century. Here's a free ride. Nothing wrong with a female cinematographer, but a male baker, too gay. Can't have that now. Oh my fucking god. Oh man, that sucks so bad. I need to leave now. I'm so mad. I know, it's never been fair that he... Just save it. Why are you here? Fine. Emma sighed and reached into her purse to pull out an envelope, which she placed on the counter and pushed towards Sebastian's. I'm here to give you this. And what is that? It's for you. It's about Graham. Sebastian plucked the bulging envelope from the counter and slid it open with a claw. Even 25 years after her passing, the mere mention of his grandmother spurred a sense of urgency. He pulled out several pieces of paper, and his brow lifted as he read the letterhead, which belonged to a lawyer's office. Below the logo, the text read, Living Trust of Ethel D. Desjardins. What? Hold on. As Sebastian finished the first page, he glanced up at Emma with a dumbfounded look. Jesus, this is enough to pay off my loan! My amount surprised me too. I thought it was a typo at first. There's a catch, though. And how would you know that without having read it? And why did you have it anyway? Why wasn't it just mailed to me directly? Because she talked about it in my letter, and because the lawyer's office only had Mom and Dad's contact info. Dad, you and I got letters, but they all went to their house. Mom thought you'd throw yours away if she mailed it to you, so she asked me to hand it to you instead. She thinks you hate her, since you won't talk to her either. Sebastian shifted on his feet, leaning his weight on his back leg. I don't hate her, I'm just upset with her. Sebastian's attention returned to the pages in his hand. He tucked the first one behind the others and began to read the second. As he read further down the page, his expression began to rapidly and intensely sour. Disbursement of funds to either Henry F. Desjardins or Sebastian A. Desjardins require simultaneous and co-signed written authorization of both parties, attested by the same notary public at a single appointment. What? Desjardins. I think Desjardins might be more what it is. I'm sorry, what? Sebastian's finger gripped the paper holders, making them crinkle in protest. Why would she do this? So, it's not Craig, it's Henry. So, specifically, he has to sign it with his father, correct? That's what I'm interpreting? He has to sign together with his father. I'm going to assume that's what it is. Correct. Thank you. Why would she do this? I don't know. Maybe she wanted you two to try and try patching things up. This is a way of forcing the issue? But she knew I hated him. She's holding this surprise inheritance hostage over something she knew I never wanted to do. What, I'm supposed to just be okay with the years of making me feel small? Being constantly reminded that I wasn't what he wanted, just a disappointment? Now I'm supposed to sign on a dotted line and reward him with a bunch of money for that? And I have to do it directly in front of him? I don't. The anger drained from Sebastian's face. He's dropped the papers on the counter, defeated and crestfallen. This isn't like her. I'm sorry. Can we keep talking? Call it a temporary truce, and then you can go back to being mad at me if you want. There's more you should know. Please, it's important. Sebastian relented with a sigh, his eyes shying away from Emma's intense, pleading gaze. Fine, not here, though. Let me close up and we can go to the coffee shop in, Pinecrest. Give me a few minutes. Oh, this is fucking rough. Whoo! This is getting spicy. After a 30-minute drive from Cedarville in separate cars, Emma and Sebastian arrived at Bean's coffee shop. The two ordered their coffees without speaking to one another and sat at the table near the window when their drinks were ready. Emma broke the lingering silence once they sat down. Yeah, actually. Oh, man. Yeah. It's not afraid to get serious and bitter. Yep. Yeah, definitely, probably summing the... To be fair, this is mostly a visual novel, too, as well. So it's like, it's more just an experience rather than, like, I guess, a game. And everything else like that. Emma broke the lingering silence once they sat down. Hey, there's something else I want to talk about first before we get to Mom and Dad. Okay. Emma slumped back in the creaking, antique wooden chair. The ache on her face was palpably raw as she hugged an arm around her chest. I gotta be honest, I'm pretty hurt too, Seb. I had to find out about my brother getting married and adopting a son through social media. You opened a storefront for your bakery like you always dreamed of, and I missed the grand opening. Those were huge things in your life, things I wanted to be a part of, and they all happened without me. I really wish you had talked to me instead of ignoring me. I know we could have worked things out. And even with as hurt as I am, how you cut me out of those things, the last thing I want is for you to miss the birth of my daughter. You're too important not to be in her life and mine. You'll be the most amazing uncle in the world, just like I'm sure you're the most amazing dad. You were built for it. Emma lowered her head and leaned towards Sebastian. I swear I didn't mean to tell them about your divorce. I would never hurt you on purpose, so please forgive me already. Because I miss my brother terribly. It was never really about the one slip-up. Sebastian had used it as a shield to hide behind, because being around Emma meant having to repeatedly confront how small he was in his father's eyes by comparison. The immensely hurt look in her eyes made him feel every consequence of shutting her out. Every missed call and unanswered message weighed on him at once. I checked this visual novel. Yeah, I definitely really glad I did. I am so hooked on Sweet Leaves now. That's awesome, Flora Lily. That's super cool. Thank you for the follow, by the way. It's really, really good. As a reminder, if you guys do want to check this out, by the way, I will once again... A good audiobook for VAs. Like, this definitely looks like a good, good ground for people to, like, practice VA work or something else like that. Anyway, as a reminder, this is where you can get the visual novel. And also, if you want to listen to the soundtrack, here is a link to the soundtrack. Both are free, but if you want to give some money to the people who made them, I'd very much encourage that and support what they do. They're doing great stuff here. Sebastian slumped in the seat while a quiet, frustrated sigh escaped through his nose. Fine. I missed you too. Made it a lot easier to locate and support the game. Yeah! I shouldn't have cut you off like that. I know it wasn't a healthy way of dealing with what happened. Emma wiped a lone tear from her cheek and let out a shuddered sigh of relief. You're cheating, by the way. I'm cheating? How? At what? You're doing that thing where you slip in something nice at the end of the argument in order to get what you want. I meant everything I said, though. I know, it's still cheating. A few moments silence passed before Sebastian's gaze softened, his eyes trailing to take another glance at Emma's stomach. Daughter, huh? After a few sips of her coffee, Emma proudly patted the round swell of her tummy with a palm. Yeah, how cool is that? Congrats, that's great. Are you, in a relationship? Nope, just me. Solo as always. Oh, she did IVF. Oh, wow. Oh, are you going to have time for a baby, though? I mean, you go on shoots that last for months at a time, and they're all over the country. I can't see how raising a kid fits in that lifestyle. He didn't, so I quit. You quit? But I thought you loved making movies more than you love life. I mean, I did say that, and I did love my job, but it was exhausting. I was so over the 15 to 16-hour days for weeks at a time. My body just couldn't handle anymore. Mine too. Sapphire Ice 2, thank you so much for the raid of 3. I really appreciate it. We are in the midst of this visual novel right now. But I hope your stream was good. I'm going to once again link, if anyone is coming in and likes what they see right now and all that type of such, I'm once again going to link the h.io page in the chat. Please go check it out and everything else like that. They're doing a lot of good stuff and all that type of such. And if anyone finds any of this interesting, definitely do that. We're playing episode 1 today. Episode 2 is currently in development, and there's going to be 5 episodes total. My body just couldn't handle anymore. Mine too. So I decided to just do things for my subscribers. Stuff I could do from home, like more short films and YouTube stuff. Oh, she's a YouTuber. Wow. That's cool. I knew I'd have to stretch my budget and live leaner to make it work, because it's not like those things pay anywhere near what studios do. But Gram's inheritance means I won't have to constantly produce content to stay afloat. Now my daughter and I are taken care of. It's an amazing gift. How nice of yours to come with no strings attached. Shit, sorry, I'm not trying to rub it in your face. I know you're not. I'm more upset about what the strings are, not that they exist in the first place. Seems your relationship with Dad was something she was more invested in than you thought. Clearly. I just don't understand why. It's not like she didn't know how much we disliked each other. Sebastian sighed and leaned forward in his seat, planting his elbows on the table before resting his chin on his folded hands. Emma searched for something helpful to say about the situation, but came up empty. She eventually cleared her throat. So, about Mom and Dad. Dad has dementia. Mom's been hiding it from everyone and trying to deal with it all on her own? No! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! I want to just note, one of my grandmothers back in the day actually had Alzheimer's. So now this is hitting. Oh, man. For clarification, by the way, Tanuki Dad, if you're a little bit confused about why we keep mentioning Claire, Claire's been going through some shit recently. It's not exactly what's in here, but there's been stuff going on with her dad, and it's been pretty rough and everything else like that. So just so you're clear about just so you're like clear on stuff and everything else like that. So there's stuff in here that's like we definitely very much hit close to home for her. So yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have had like people who've passed away from Alzheimer's, dementia, all that type of such. But yeah. Whew, this is hitting hard. I will say once again, this is not a complaint towards the visual novel, just to be clear. Because my God, holy shit. All right, let's keep going. Dad has dementia? Yeah, they think it started 4 or 5 years ago. It's why he's getting more and more angry over time. His mind's practically gone now. The underlying pervasive bitterness associated with his father gave rise to a pointed, curt response from Sebastian. What? Am I supposed to feel sorry for him? How you feel about it is up to you, but this is more about Mom than Dad now. Apparently a symptom of dementia can be blowing a ton of money, and Dad did. They're in major financial trouble. For starters, he borrowed against their life insurance policy and took a chunk out of his 401k to buy a souped-up Corvette. Oh boy! Worse, it's ugly. It's poop brown. Who gets a Corvette in poop brown instead of red? Didn't they have a fair amount saved up, though? Clearly one car didn't break the bank. No, but he decided the Corvette was enough, and that he had to have an Aston Martin on top of it. It's almost $250,000 car. Damn. Yeah, damn. They can obviously sell the cars. They did sell them, right? Yeah, but you know how much they depreciate the moment they're driven off the lot, right? Plus, not a whole lot of appetite for exotic cars in nowhere, Montana. They didn't sell for a really long time, so Mom dropped the asking price on them to more than half. Obviously, that was a pretty big hit to their finances. Plus, she still has medical debt left over from her breast cancer stuff. Oh, God, breast cancer. Oh, man! One of my other grandparents, my other grandmother. So, one of my grandmothers had Alzheimer's. The other died of breast cancer. Oh, boy! The monthly payments weren't a problem before, but they are now. Between the costs for the memory care home and the debt, Mom had to sell their house, and because she was desperate, she got far less than it was worth. Basically got scammed. Now she lives in a dingy one-bedroom apartment. Sebastian's claws swiftly tapped against his mug. Were his eyes a magnifying glass beneath the midday sun, they would have burned a hole through the ceramic. Now I'm being forced to feel sorry for her, too? She didn't stop him when he tried to send me to... Fuck! No! No! Oh, no! Oh, no! Holy shit! Oh, it's that kind of... Oh, no! In case it's probably obvious, I've never experienced it, to be clear, but I'm heavily against conversion therapy. As I imagine all of you are as well. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm conversing right now. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Anyway, let's continue on. She didn't stop him when he tried to send me to conversion therapy. I literally had to run away from home and get him to give up on the idea. She never stopped him from saying terrible things to me whenever he wanted. She's just as guilty as he is as far as I'm concerned. She did try to stop him, actually. I heard him scold Dad for things he said to you all the time through my bathroom wall. Any night you guys have a fight, she talked to him about it before bed. I know you think she never challenged him, but that isn't true. She just wasn't comfortable calling him out with others and the people in the room. Dad has a strong personality, and Mom's a meek person. It was a lot harder for her to stand up to him than you think. The fur around Sebastian's nose scrunched as he tightly pursed his lips and turned his head away from Emma. Well, her standing up to him seems to have done absolutely nothing, so I guess she wasn't very good at it, huh? Look, I'll never excuse Dad's behavior, but you aren't looking at the full picture if you're trying to lay equal blame at Mom's feet. She's not completely innocent, but she doesn't deserve to be destitute because you're mad at her. Destitute. Am I pronouncing that right, chat? Destitute. Destitute. Okay. Please, just come back home with me and sign the papers. You'll never have to deal with them again after that if you don't want to. Sebastian sharply huffed out an angry sigh. This isn't fair. I don't want to reward their shitty behavior, but if I don't sign, I'm the one responsible for ruining their lives. Emma tapped her claws on the table in agitation and escaping her lips as she tilted her head back. A muffled musical chime rose from the phone in her purse. Emma checked it briefly before turning her hips towards the exit. I need to go to my doctor's appointment. Sebastian stared bitterly at his mug. Their entire conversation had come and gone with nary a sip from it. I'm sorry you're in this position. I am. Emma rose from her chair and adjusted the strap of her purse over her shoulder. I'll text you later, okay? Don't ignore me this time, please. Also, I'd like to meet your husband and your son soon. The pictures of you at your wedding were cute as hell. You're doing the thing again. Once a cheater, always a cheater, I guess. Emma patted her stomach with her palm as she began walking towards the exit. I'll send you photos of the ultrasound later so you can see your niece. Sebastian was left to sit alone with his thoughts and frustrations over a room temperature vanilla latte. Oh, 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 that was fucking rough. I need a drink. They said this was safe for work. They didn't say it wouldn't be heavy. Oh, God. So, shamed their son for being gay. Has dementia, but also tried to send him to conversion therapy. Ooh, holy shit. That's fucking rough. All right, let's keep going. Is there a content warning on... Tanuki Dad, you didn't have to do it again! What the hell? Okay, that's 3 more Smasher passes, I guess. Should we just do 3 more Smasher passes from this game? Should we just do that, chat? We haven't done the... Alright, so Coulson. So we'll do Coulson. Who else should we do, chat? Who else should we do, chat? We've done Nico already for somebody else's. Yeah, we have 4 Smasher passes until we need to do now. So Coulson. We'll do Coulson. Who else should we do? Joe. And then let's do Red. Why don't we do Red as the last one? No. Felix. I feel like we have to do Felix. Should we do Red or Felix? That's the question. Oh, God. Nah, you won't see Felix again. We'll do Red then. Felix. You won't see Felix again this episode. We'll do Red. Let's do Red. Let's just do Red. I don't know if we'll see Joe again. Will we see Joe again this episode? Is the quick question. Yes. Okay. All right. Then let's keep going. We're going to do Red. We're going to do Red, Joe, and Felix. No, not Felix. Coulson. Once Red's portrait pops up, we'll do him. Red's first day was a busy... Oh, right. I keep forgetting. I have to do this again. Give me a second. Time for deep voice. It's not gonna be as deep, but it will be deep. Time to do this again. Let me go ahead and do that. I'll just keep myself to the side. Joe's next section is so good. All right. I'll just keep myself on the side so you guys can see it. That's covering this. You know what? That's covering the screen. Let's bring this back out again. That's covering up the screen. We're back to this. Let me do that. Okay. Time for Red with a deep voice. All right, here we go.
We're gonna go this deeper now, but if you guys make me a bit bigger, I will go even deeper. But we're gonna go with this for now. Okay, here we go. Oh, shit. Red's first day was a busy one. He had to wad through an uncomfortable amount of new hire information. And given the lack of sleep, not all of what he read stuck. Throughout the morning, he experienced frequent pangs of nostalgia, a further distraction added to the day. His new school hallways had the same speckled concrete flooring as his previous ones, and the bells between periods... Sorry, had to burp. Sounded eerily familiar. The IT department had even given him the same annoyingly clacky keyboard he used before. Oh, I noticed he's using one of those side mouse things. That's cool. Hi, Zambrini. Things outside the school took him back as well. like the view from his office window, which overlooked a small wooded area across the street. The trees were different, of course, pines versus palms, but the way their branches swayed in the breeze was just as hypnotic in Minnesota as it was in California. Red found himself aimlessly staring at them during the occasional lulls, though there weren't many of them. He was plumb tuckered out when the final bell rang at 3:02 p.m. The ferret's social batteries had been sufficiently drained over the course of the day from having to meet so many new people. He decided to recharge with yet another cup of coffee from the faculty lounge, which he was already becoming quite familiar with. After he made a fresh cup and taken a few sips, he set it on the table in front of the couch and sat down. It was surprisingly comfortable and immediately amplified his drowsiness. Alright, full screen, Phil. We go as deep as we can. We're back here again, folks. I'm realizing my PNG tuber is slightly cut off at the bottom. Give me a sec. There we go. That fixes it. That works. Okay. Continuing on. Okay. His flexible spine made his slouched look as though his body was oozing over the edge of the cushions towards the floor. You okay there, Red? You look like you're melting.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick pause of the deep voice. So we have like 2.5 minutes left on it. I'm gonna do the smash or pass for Coulson. Very quickly. Just want to make sure we can do this first. So we're just gonna do this for Coulson just so we can do this. All right. Okay, so Tanuki Dad. Yeah, he's a dorky motherfucker and is absolutely handsome. I love his hair. His hair is so nice. The hair actually kind of reminds me of Asgore, the way that it's kind of shaped, except for like the mustache. There's no mustache on him. But like, he is such a fucking dork. Like the way he talks and everything else like that, including when he has intimate time with Sebastian. A dork from start to finish. He's absolutely a dad, and that's what makes him love. That's what makes me love him so much. He is absolutely a smash. So that is smash number 3, chat. All right, back to Deep Voice.
The ferret turned to look up at Coulson, whose approach behind him had gone completely unnoticed. Huh? As Red looked back down at himself, he realized he nearly slid off the couch. Oh!
Okay, that was 30 seconds in our Deep Voice. Let's do Red now. Because he's open eyes, so this is probably the best chance we're going to get. So Red is a cutie patootie. Red is very much a cutie patootie. I love this new addition to the actual lore of the actual series and everything else like that. This is request number 4. He is incredibly cute. I want to boop him on his snoot. I want to make sure he's okay. And he's a very anxious and clearly also a very introverted person. I get some similar vibes to him that I maybe would personally have and everything else like that. And he just has a cool-ass looking design. So I think I'm also going to give Red a smash as well. All right. Anyway, back to Deep Voice.
Oh. Slinky Ferret hoisted himself up and sat further back. He rubbed his eyes with a palm while fighting back a yawn. Tired? Yeah, today was non-stop go. Yep, usually is. All the office staff had a crazy first day. And I know yours was extra challenging because you're new. Coulson patted Red's shoulder reassuringly. But hey, it's over, and you're through it. Tomorrow will be more chill, promise. Good, I could use that. Sorry I didn't get to check in on you much. Hopefully it was an okay day overall, though. Yeah, it was fine. Everyone's really friendly and helpful, and I like my office. It's got a great view of the woods outside too, which is nice. Glad to hear it. If you need anything over the next few days, remember that I'm right across the hall. I should have no problem making things for you now that the first day's over. The door to the faculty room burst open with the energy only an excited kindergartner could muster. In shot Toby, who jubilantly skipped up to Red and Coulson. He practically ran to his dad's leg to give him a hug around the waist. The boys weight making Coulson stumble backwards a few steps. Well, hey there, kiddo. How was your first day of school? Toby's tail began to briskly wag behind him, which only made Coulson's do the same. His son's excitement was clearly infectious. It was awesome! And what did you do? We got our desks. I got one in the first row. Sweet, I'm jealous. My desk was all the way in the back when I was a kindergartner.
Okay, I think that's 5 minutes. I think we're good. That said, we are going to stay. You guys are going to see my big snoot for a bit. So, there's that. Yeah. I gotta kiss some more cuties. Give me a second. I gotta give more cuties a kiss. There we go. All right. Oh. There we go. All right. Back to it. Whoa, you still remember where your desk was in kindergarten? Wasn't it, like, forever ago? Toby's way with words made the ferret sputter out a hearty laughter. Gee, thanks. You're welcome. You're someone else, Toby. What else did you do besides getting an awesome desk? Oh, at recess, we got to play kickball. I bet you were amazing. You score any runs? Uh-huh. I was running home, and then they threw it at me but they missed because I ducked and everyone cheered when I scored. Coulson put his hand out for a high four, and Toby eagerly smacked his palm into his dad's. Both their tails wagged anew. Whoa, great job. I wish I could have been there to see it. Yeah, I would have been cheering for you, too. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, Toby skipped around the side of the couch to stand in front of Red. Did you have a good day at school, too, Red? Yeah, it was all right. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. You're an awfully polite kid, Toby, just like your dad. He's been really nice to me since I got here. He's nice to everyone. Coulson shuffled his feet at his face, as his face flushed at the dual compliment, a sheepish, self-conscious smile coming to his muzzle. You ready to head over to Joe's, kiddo? Yeah, she's gonna teach me to teach me the foxtrot. I look forward to seeing that. And what's the language this week? Dutch. Well, let's go get you trotting and speaking Dutch then. Okay. Oh, can I have a piggyback ride? Can you ever? Ah, cute! Fucking cute! Coulson dropped to one knee and hoisted Toby atop his back, his 40-year-old joints squeaking and popping in protest on the way up. As the boy looped his ankles around his father's shoulders, his tail began to briskly wag once again. Not only was he an ardent piggyback ride enthusiast, but spending the night at Joe's house was already an exciting and unique experience. There was something new to learn or do every single visit. The cockatoo made sure of it. Did Doe teach you how to say let's go in Spanish? Toby thrust his index finger high in the air and gently kicked his heels as if his father was a pack horse. Vamos! It's a little scary how smart you are sometimes. Coulson bobbed his chin at Red while Toby waved goodbye at him. See you tomorrow, Red. Have a good evening. Bye-bye, Red! See you guys. Toby began to babble about the rest of his day to his father, which Coulson seemed all too happy to listen to. Their tails wagged in perfect time with one another as they exited the lounge. As he watched the pair leave, Red returned to his original slouched position on the couch, leaving the coffee neglected. Red had nodded off for a few minutes, but was stirred awake by a janitor entering the faculty lounge. The ferret rose to his feet and politely smiled at them as he stepped out into the hallway. The sun coming in through the door at the distant end of the hallway reflected off the polished concrete, casting a diffused glow across the lockers lining the hall. Pretty. He said what? A booming voice suddenly reverberated out into the hallway from behind a nearby pair of wooden doors, their square windows shuddering into their frames. Red gingerly approached and peered in through one of the windows. His brows knitted with concern. He recognized the voice, but not the tone of it. Inside, Nico and an ejected-looking student sat in metal folding chairs next to one another, each of them with a baritone horn in his lap. In their lap. In his lap. Was it his lap? In their lap, my bad. The expression on the bear's face looked as though his blood had flash boiled, and the fur on his back of his neck and shoulders was raised. The wide-eyed squirrel shrank in her seat and leaned away from Nico, eliciting a loud metallic squeak from her chair. When the bear noticed her reaction, the anger rapidly drained from his stout face as though a valve had been opened, and his ears flattened against his head in quiet remorse. I'm sorry I raised my voice, Sarah. I hope I didn't scare you. The student shook her head. I'm fine, Mr. Rojas. Oh, she's adorable. Well, no, it really ain't. Your dad's gone and put a ton of pressure on you and made you feel like you're gonna fail no matter what. Makes it harder to be okay with making mistakes. I know what it feels like. Nico blatantly stared at his horn for a moment before he turned to look at Sarah with an encouraging smile. He then spoke with a marked gentleness in his voice. But we're only a month in. Starting out's hard on brass instruments. Getting your lips to breathe, getting your lips and breath to work together and all that. Everyone struggles at first to some degree. Heck, I sure did. But if you keep at it, it'll eventually click and get easier. Promise. You just need a little confidence. Here, hand me your horn. With a bewildering look on her face, Sarah placed her instrument in the bear's outstretched hand. He switched the mouthpieces, and he held his own horn out to her in exchange. All the baritone horns belonging to students in the band were of a solid brass color, but Nico's was mostly made of bright polished silver. The instrument tubing turned a deep shade of copper whenever it curved, creating a striking contrast. The horn's valves were capped in the same color and topped with iridescent abalone. Rojas, thank you. Feminine red color things, gotcha. So, Mr. Rojas, thank you. The way it looked screamed, I'm made for someone who likes the baritone horn perhaps a little too much. Tried on this one instead. Sarah's initial response was to recoil away from the instrument that looked quite expensive, and truthfully was. I can't. What if I drop it? Well, treat it with the same respect as your own horn. And I know you won't. Go on, he'll be fine. Sarah cautiously lifted the lustrous instrument from Nico's outstretched hand. She held it so securely in her grip that her finger pads audibly squeaked against the metal. That horn's got something extra to make it that makes it a little easier to hit first valve only notes. Which E flat is, right? Right. Nico pressed his thumb onto the rectangular piece of copper plating near the bottom of the horn. See this thing here? Press down hard on it with your thumb before you blow into the mouthpiece. Makes it easier to sound out a note, because it tightens the airflow. Got it. Before you try it on the horn, though, blow E flat with just your lips. Nico demonstrated by purposely pursing his lips and blowing, making low-pitched buzzing noise, which Sarah copied. All right, on the horn now. Remember to press your thumb down on the piece I showed you. Nico played the note on Sarah's horn and then gestured for her to follow, pointing at the special copper piece with the tip of the claw. The knuckle on the squirrel thumb flexed as she pressed down on the flattened piece of metal. She addressed the mouthpiece and attempted a note. An E-flat note successfully rang out, and it was even sustained for a couple seconds. It was only interrupted because Sarah's entire face lit up with a disbelieving smile. Seeing her smile at her accomplishment made Nico beam in return. Oh man, I'm reminded of band class now. Looks like your dad's dead wrong, eh? Seems you can play a single note right. Let's do it again. Practicing an instrument is all about doing things over and over until they're second nature. Once more, Nico played the note on the student's horn to prompt her. Sarah followed by correctly playing it a second time. The tone was noticeably improved over her first attempt. Nico lifted an index finger in the air and twirled it in a tight circle. All right, again. Playing along with Nico, Sarah's first attempt was Crimson Bell-toned, which the bear responded to by slapping a hand across his knee. How about that? Perfect. The squirrel's long tail filted about excitedly. Now, you're going to try it through your own horn, all right? You won't be able to use that assist trigger, but I bet you don't need it anymore, do you? Sarah quickly shook her head. After they switched back to their original horns, the squirrel shifted around in her seat as she readied herself. She took a deep breath, tightened her lips to the proper embouchure. Hit it. Sarah played a near-perfect E-flat, which sounded just as good on her horn as it did on Nico's. When she stopped, the bear spread his arms and turned his palms up. Hey! Sarah let out a joyous laugh, still in a bit of disbelief as she leaned away from her horn, a few tears in her eyes as she looked down at the instrument in her lap. For the first time, it wasn't a source of frustration, but rather genuine enjoyment. I lied, of course. It ain't any easier to play the notes on a fancy-looking horn. Nico tapped a claw against the copper piece he had Sarah press down on while playing the note. Nothing about this thing here is special at all. It's literally just a place to rest your thumb. You did it all by yourself. Really? Yep. Now, can I ask you to do me a favor? Okay. The bear leaned his head in and gave another encouraging smile to the squirrel. Stop listening to anyone who tells you that you'll never be any good. That ain't true and never will be, unless you give up on yourself. So don't stop trying, all right? I won't. Good. Should get going to your soccer practice now, though. Coach Schwips is pretty fond of making kids who are late run sprints. Sarah put her horn away in its case and clasped it shut. As she bounced to the exit, she turned around and waved to the bear. See you, Mr. Rojas. Bye, Sarah. See you tomorrow. As Nico turned his head to nod at the departing student, he noticed Red looking in through one of the windows. The bear's rounded ears perked instantly, his face flushing. Red stepped aside as the squirrel pushed the door open and took off, skipping down the hall. When Red finally went inside, Nico walked to the front of the room, placing his horn into its hard-shell case on the floor next to the piano bench. How long were you out there watching? A little while. I was walking down the hall when I heard you raise your voice, so I looked in to make sure everything was all right. Sorry to have eavesdropped, but that was some fantastic teaching. Granted, I don't know anything about instruments, but I believe that little thumb piece did something special, too. I'm impressed. Thanks. An awkward pause settled over the pair before the fairy began shuffling his feet towards the door. Well, I'll see you, okay? I was just going to take a walk around campus before heading home. All right. You want some company? Red quietly thought to himself for a moment before answering. Some other time, maybe. Today, I'd like it to just be me, if that's all right. Sorry, I like to do the silly thing where I rock around campus after school the first week. Guess I use it to take stock of my life, and I guess I have a lot to think about this year. That doesn't sound silly at all. Have a good walk. I will. Thanks. See you, Red. Nico leaned out of the hallway to watch Red walk down the sunlit corridor. The ferret strolled in a lackadaisical manner. That's hard to pronounce. Only looking up from the floor when he passed an open classroom door. Even from far away, it was clear how lost he thought he was. Red paused at the far end of the hallway, where said double doors led outside. He placed a hand on one of the handles and let it rest there, motionless. When the ferret did finally open the door several moments later, he did so at a snail's pace, and returned to looking down at his feet as he disappeared onto the sidewalk. Ooh, boy. Yeah, Nico's just like, Joe's house. All right. We're back at Joe's. That evening, Coulson dropped a bubbly Toby off at Joe's house, who raced up her driveway and right into her wings for a hearty squeeze. It wasn't just Toby who loved Bourbonite, the name he bestowed upon their weekly hangout. It afforded the dads an evening to themselves, which they often took advantage of in the form of a date. For the past 6 years, Joe had lived 2 houses down the street from the Grangers, in a 2-story house painted pastel yellow. All right. The gold hue of its exterior, which struck out like a sore thumb against the homes around it, was only one of the home's many intriguing features. Viewed through the floor-to-ceiling window from the street. Also, I just realized I forgot to add the $25 to Sonic 06. Give me a second. I need to add that. I forgot. I need to add that still. 454. Wow, we're actually 3/4 of the way from the goal. Holy shit. Oh, was it 53 or 54? Hold on, let me check again. It was 29. Yeah, okay, it was 54. Yeah, because it was a 9. Well, what was it before is the question. It was 429. 49. Yeah, it would be 54. It's 54. It's 54. Because it was $25. $25 in revenue. All right, there we go. View through through the floor-to-ceiling window from the street, Joe's living room could have easily been mistaken for a greenhouse. All right, there we go. Her numerous houseplants scattered throughout every room in the house, even the bathrooms, provided the perfect backdrop for Toby's pretend jungle adventures. It was one of his favorite make-believe games, and the one they bonded over the most. Two had narrowly escaped from dozens of dungeons and death traps together. Joe had a penchant for making Toby laugh like no other with her Cytokine antics? Cytokine? Probably need help with that in chat. And she was able to, there's an Easter egg in the background for those who have read. Wait, what? Oh, what? Oh my god, fucking Joe's Fair. Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit. Oh, that's such a good story. That's such a good story. Oh my god. That's so cute. That's so fucking cute. She was able to sate her his ever-present curiosity with lessons on a wide variety of subjects. I will once again, I'm once again linking to the itch.io page and also the SoundCloud. As a reminder, if any of this interests you, please go check out the game and also the SoundCloud as well. Toby had learned the twist from Joe a couple weeks prior as they cut a rug to 1960s music playing on the vinyl. Hello, don't eat my giant face. I won't, Victor. Don't worry. Welcome to the stream, bud. Tonight, in addition to assuring Tom remember the twist, Joe's curriculum, including a dance all the way back from the 1910s, the foxtrot. Okay, last 2 steps, and then we'll do it all over again. Quick step to the left with your left foot, and then move your right foot to the side of your left foot. Ready? All right. Grab the screen cap. And then we're going to post in here. So this is Joe. This is number 5. And Joe is super pretty. She's very, very pretty. I honestly love these bird designs specifically. Bird characters honestly just look great. She's very cute. She's got like, I think her colors are fantastic. I think she's got a great personality and everything else like that. Her backstory is also, yeah, very nice shade of pink and everything else like that. I will say I do tend to lean more towards like my personal like the body types I tend to lean more towards are definitely more on the much wider side and everything else like that. But even then, I still love her character design, and quite frankly, she's kind of she also is kind of a Toriel type. I feel like I'm into the well, she's not a Toriel type, but I definitely like the Toriel types. But I think she's still fantastic. And honestly, I would love to get a big old hug from her and everything else like that. So, I'm still going to say Smash personally, because I think she's great, and I think she deserves all the love. So, there you go. That's number 5, chat. We have one more character, and that will be at the end of this chapter, end of this episode. Joe held Toby's hands and led him through the steps. The talons of her feet clicked on the hard wood floor, which added additional percussion to the upbeat music coming from the turntable. Good, good. All right, let's try from the beginning. We're gonna go slow though, so just ignore the music for right now. The parrot and Tanuki moved through each of the 8 total steps of the dance together, but Toby made a mistake on the final 2 by going in the wrong direction. I messed it up. It's no big deal. I mess it up all the time, too. Come on, let's try again. On the second attempt, with Joe verbally reminding Toby of the last 2 steps prior to executing them, they made it all the way through the dance with 0 mistakes. Hey, you got it. Nice. Woo! Want to try a little bit faster now? Yeah! Joe gradually increased the speed of the dance until the pair were moving in time with the up-tempo music. Yeah, you got it, little dude. After they ran through the steps of the dance several times at full speed, Joe leaned away from Toby and began slicing her wings through the air at shoulder level. Her flexible neck jerked rhythmically in random directions, and her large feet alternatingly slapped against the floor. The crest of feathers atop her head fanned out in a rippling wave. God, it's so cute. Holy shit. Oh my god, and Toby too. Bring it back, get funky, get funky. Bring it back, get funky. Toby, get funky. Toby did his best to parry Joe's moves, which proved impossible at times due to his neck not being able to rotate nearly 180 degrees. The limitation did not, however, interfere with his ability to get funky, The two danced their improvised knot trot until the end of the record, at which point Joe flipped the turntable off and gave Toby a fist bump. His tail switched in a lively manner as they detonated their fist, pulling their hands back with fingers and feathers extended and waggling. You're getting pretty good, you know. You picked this one up pretty fast. A lot faster than I did when my mom taught me. Was your mom a good dancer too? Yeah, a little bit. Toby tilted his head curiously as Joe patted his shoulder and gestured towards the kitchen with her other wing, abruptly transitioning away from the topic. You hungry? Ready for me to go make dinner? I need to read Joe's Fair again. I need to read that comic again at some point. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, they're so cute. They're so cute, Tobias. It still boggles my mind that you like stir fry, even if you're really picky about the vegetables used. You could pay me to eat anything other than pasta when I was a kid. I was a hardcore pastatarian. A pasta what? It means I ate pasta for, like, every meal, practically. You wouldn't believe how much mac and cheese I ate, or ravioli, or SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs. God damn. Joe clapped her wing over her beak in a flash. I mean, gosh darn, I would love some SpaghettiOs. You wouldn't tell your dads if I cussed on accident, right? That swear jar is bleeding me dry. I won't tell on you. Phew. Thanks, little dude. All right, sit tight while I get cooking. Maybe see if you can't beat that lava world in your game. It's really hard. I don't think I can. Oh, sure you can. You got to keep at it, like you keep at dancing. He's got a little switch. He's playing a switch. He's playing a switch. I wonder if he's playing a Wonder. He's either playing Wonder or Mario 3D World. Playing one of those two things. As Joe left for the kitchen, Toby sat on the couch and pulled his gaming console from his backpack. He then played for 20 minutes of stir-fry preparation time, getting further into the battles with the troublesome boss than he ever had previously. Or Mario Kart. But he said Lava World, so... Dinner's ready! He's probably maining Smash Bros. And maining Banjo-Kazooie. Whatever his mains are in Mario Kart. It's probably either 2D or 3D Mario, yeah. I hope he's playing Wonder, because if he's playing Wonder, the dad's got real good taste. Toby's also got good taste, but you know what I mean. Joe interrupted Tanuki's epic virtual skirmish by emerging from the kitchen, carrying a silver tray with their meals and silverware. As Joe set the tray on the coffee table, Toby hungrily leapt off the couch, forgetting to pause his game. It led to a familiar guffaw of the Spectre King, who was victorious once more. Those darn third form phases. Darn. Getting to sit on the floor while eating was a real treat for Toby. Joe had told him about her trips in Japan, where she'd knelt on tatami mat to eat for a low table. She taught him to clap his paws together, gave a small bow of his chin, and say, Ikadakimatsu! Before digging in. There we go. Also, yes, foreshadowing. For like, it's mainly like it's like future events. For like this particular universe and everything else like that. The whole ritual turned dinner time from ordinary into exciting, as Toby was already eager to repeat it before every dinner the two shared at Joe's house. The cockatoo looked at the boy with a prompting bob of her head. The tanuki smacked his palm together in front of himself and sharply returned to Joe's nod. Itadakimasu! Itadakimasu! Toby ferociously attacked his plate with the fork. As he chowed through the oversized bites, the dark furred tip of his tail dabbed against the shag rug they sat on. I guess it's pretty good then. Toby vigorously nodded up at Joe while he continued chowing. Then it's time to learn a new word. We're doing Dutch, or Netherlands, this week. Ready? Toby bobbed his head in affirmation, his posture and ears more alert, primed to absorb the incoming info. He finally swallowed the gargantuan bites he took at the start of the meal. When food or drink is money, you can call it lekker. This stir fry is pretty lekker, huh? Uh-huh, it's real lekker. You can also call something lekker by waving your hand next to your ear. It's called the lekker wave. Like this. Ah, wow, that's cute. I love that. Why does that mean yummy? It doesn't make sense. Your taste buds aren't even in your ears. They sure aren't. I guess you have to ask a Dutch person why they can hear tasty and we can't. Oh, what's yummy in Hawaiian? Joe's chest lowered in response to the question, her eyes falling suit momentarily. The tanuki would frequently request to know words in Hawaiian, regardless of what language du jour was. What the language du jour was. Sorry for mispronouncing that. It was where his mother, Hannah, had been born and raised, and he held an insatiable curiosity about it. Joe had Hannah to thank for the inspiration to learn Hawaiian. Language number 5 for the parrot. Conversational and counting. So she usually had an answer at the ready. It's ono. Super easy one, yeah? What was that specifically for? Yummy. Ono. Yeah, Hawaiian's usually hard. Totes. Joe saw much of Hannah and Toby in his mannerisms, his face, and especially the way their tails moved when they were happy. It was moving that way now. Wanna know something I just remembered about your mom? Uh-huh. Anytime she wanted your dad to do something like mow the lawn or do the laundry, she just asked him all sweetly in Hawaiian. It always worked like a charm. He even worked on stuff he really didn't want to do, like changing your diapers. All it'd take was one e ulu ulu to do him in. What's a ulu the word mean? It means please. Whoa, that's a lot of words for please. Why is there so many? Right? That's Hawaiian for you, though. Please is a hard one, though, so we'll save trying to remember that one for later. Let's just learn ono for now. Okay, that stir fries ono and lekker. Sure is. Joe spent the rest of their meal peppering various Dutch words and phrases into the conversation, always making sure to loop back and mention them again to reinforce Toby's retention. It was great fun for the boy, who got a thrill out of remembering any foreign word. To him, it felt like solving a puzzle in a video game. Joe only added to the experience by chirping out success chimes in a game-like manner whenever Toby correctly called something. After they'd finished eating, Joe took the dishes into the kitchen. When she noticed the time on the microwave, she called out to Toby. Hey, you want to put your kiku on now? Only 1 more hour until bedtime. What's bedtide? Dutch for bedtime. Oh, okay. Bedtime. Joe continued to clean the kitchen for another 5 minutes. After she started the dishwasher, she returned to the living room and... Roar! Eek! I love that. Okay. Drops, I put a screen cap of that on my Discord server. Can you make that an emote? Thanks. Can you make that emote in our server? Thanks to the sound of the dishwasher, Joe hadn't noticed the suddenly dino-fied tanuki sneaking up on her. Tony raised up on his toes and gave Joe a best toothy snarl. His claws wiggling at the parrot in a menacing fashion. I'm gonna eat ya, Dino Toby. I love that pose. Joe played along, acting frightened. She lifted one of her knees towards her chest and held her foot up in front of herself to keep the prehistoric apex predator at bay. But I don't taste good, and I'm tough and chewy. Don't eat me, Mr. Dinosaur. Toby relinquished the aggressive dino persona immediately. The magic word had been used. Okay, since you said please, I won't. Joe pretended to wipe sweat off her brow and leave. Phew, another bullet dodge. Not eating me or tattling on me? You're the best, little Rex. As the pair settled onto the couch to wind down for the rest of the evening, Joe took her phone out of her pocket and set it on the coffee table. Toby caught a glimpse of the phone's wallpaper, a selfie of Joe and her girlfriend, Peach. He'd only ever seen her in photos. Thanks, Drops, for turning that into an email. Can I finally meet Peach now? Yeah, sure. Why couldn't I before? Well, it's pretty normal for young parents like me and Peach to date a number of people before choosing someone to be with for the rest of our lives. I wasn't trying to hide her from you or anything, but I wasn't sure if she'd want to stay with me until recently. I didn't want you to meet her and be all excited to have a new friend, and have her just up and leave a little while later. Done and done, hun. Thank you, Drops. Remember how sad you were when Zach had to go to Australia? The more mention of his best friend's name made Toby's ears wilt. It had been months since he'd left, but the sting of his absence still lingered whenever he was mentioned. Yeah. Joe placed a wing on Toby's knee and patted it reassuringly. Hey, microcopters. We're both saying the L word to each other, though, so hopefully that means she isn't going anywhere for a long while. I'll ask her when's a good time to meet you, okay? Okay. Do you think she'll like me? Oh, heck yeah, you're such a cool kid. There's no way she won't like you. She might enjoy a more chill hangout than you and me usually have, though, like listening to music or watching old game shows. I don't think she wants to play the Floor's Lava. But that's a really fun game, right? She's totally missing out. I'm sure she'll dance with us, though. She likes dancing, too. Does she know the foxtrot? She had the same teacher you did. What you think? Then, yeah. Yep. Though she's much better dancer than I am. She's an artist. I just do it to look cool. The parrot engages some over-the-top theatrics by slicking a wing through her crest, puffing her chest out and rocking her hips to her seat. Her head and body jerked erratically. It looked more like a feathered eel, electro-convulsing than dancing. See? Cool. Is that new guidance counselor still staying at your place? Red, right? Uh-huh. He's nice. He likes Miss Pac-Man and Zima. Joe blinked and did a double take. Now that is one random combination of things to answer that question with. And he's real sad about missing home in his car accident. He was in a car accident? Uh-huh. All the windows broke. That's how he got his cool scar on his cheek. Oh, well, let's not tell anyone else, okay? We should let Red decide if he wants to tell other people about that. Let's not gossip about him. What's gossip mean? It means to talk about someone when they aren't with you. And that's mean? Depends on what you say, but a lot of the time it's not very nice. Oh, I won't do that again. I don't want to be mean. Joe shook her head and patted Toby on the shoulder. You're good. I can't imagine you even being mean or on purpose anyway. I think heck will freeze over before that happens. I said I wouldn't tattle. Sorry, I'm practicing for when I'm around your dads. You poor innocent child. They upped the amounts for the swear jar. The F word is 4 forking bucks now. Whoa, that's a lot, right? Joe leaned forward to grab the remote from the coffee table before flipping the TV on. She knew the answer to her next question already, but she asked anyway. All right, you Mesoic thing. You want to watch some red... He watches Bluey! Based! Based! Fucking based. I need to go back to that show at some point and watch the episodes I didn't watch. But yeah. Based as hell. Bandit is very hot. Anyway. Mesozoink. Mesozoink? Mesozoink? I can't even pronounce that. Anyway. Yeah! They both started singing the theme song of the cartoon at a moment that Joe fired up an episode. It always served as perfect nightcap. I'm bad at pronouncing shit. Oh, boy. Oh, it's a time. It's a time. Mesozoic. Mesozoic. Thank you. Mesozoic. Later the same evening, the Grangers' husbands found themselves in bed after Sebastian came home several hours later than he normally would, and in a noticeably sour mood. Typically, the conversation demeanor in the bed was lighthearted and playful, but that was certainly not the case this evening. Sebastian laid flat on his back, his eyes transfixed to a spot on the ceiling. Coulson, sitting upright with his back against the headboard, read the papers delivered to the Badger earlier in the day. Oh my... Ha! 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 We've already done Coulson. Of course he's a smash. Are you fucking kidding me? He's a fucking smash. Are you kidding? Ah! Are you? We're kidding. This is not a trivial amount. And he has his titties! God, I love them. Ah. Oh, I'm so fucking gay. Anyway, apparently she brought a ton of I guess technically it's a bi panic, but you know, I tend to lean more heavily towards men. Apparently she brought a ton of 30-year bonds a couple of years before her death, which had to dole them out when they matured. She never told anyone about it. Not even me, and she used to tell me everything. Shut up, guy, goddammit. What they're worth now wipes out the loan I had to take out for the bakery. It basically saves Badger cakes. And both you and your dad have to sign... Nipples, thank you for the 5 bits. Microcopters. Both you and your dad have to sign the same paper to get your payouts. Yeah, except I'm pretty sure my mom will need to sign instead of him because of his dementia. Graham wrote in her that we have to have it notarized in the same physical location at the same time. She's trying to force us together for some reason. I don't know why she would have done that. She knew I hated being in a room adjacent to him, let alone the same one. For years after I came out, he tolerated my presence by pretending I was mostly invisible. It kept the peace for the rest of the family, but for me, I don't think I ever forgive him for that under any circumstances. He doesn't deserve it and he never will. After folding the papers and placing them back in the envelope, Coulson set them on the nightstand and turned back to his husband. What are you going to do? Well, I don't really have a choice, do I? Either I'm petty and make mom and dad go homeless, or sign the papers, pay off my debt, and just deal with my stupid emotions later. Hey now. Ah, it's happening. Ah! Ah! After removing his glasses, the Tanuki lowered his head to affectionately run his nose against the length of Sebastian's cheek marking. God. Ah! Fuck. After what you went through growing up, how you feel is completely understandable. Your emotions aren't stupid, hon. I don't know. My signature has zero symbolic meaning if my dad's mind is as gone as she says it is. That's why it's dumb for me to feel so upset about it, but I'm having a really hard time not being angry over being forced to do it. I hate being this mad. I was mad all evening. I'm still mad. It's like I can't stop. Sebastian's voice trailed off before another defeated sigh escaped him, and he turned his head away from Coulson. I don't feel like myself at all. I hate that even more than being mad. In a tender motion, the Tanuki placed his hand on Sebastian's cheek and turned his head back to face him. Coulson gave him a gentle, encouraging smile as he combed his thumb through the badger's cheek fur all the way to the tips. I'm here for whatever you need, okay? Even if you just need someone to sit and be mad with. Thanks, hon. As Coulson slipped under the covers beside Sebastian, the badger reached out and ran his fingers through his husband's golden beard, returning the gesture of affection. Coulson closed his eyes and jutted his chin forward, Sebastian, his face melting into a blissful smile as the canine purr rose from his throat. Kafun. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but... One of the pair's favorite ways to display affection for one another was running through their fingers through the other's fur or beard. Joe had taught him there was a Portuguese word for the act, cafoon. The two of them only engaged in the practice more after learning this fact. Perhaps so they had an excuse to use the word more often, which was admittedly quite fun to say. All right. So, Portuguese word for the act, basically. So, display of affection for one another, running their fingers through each other's fur or beard. Ha! 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 All the bad eyes. Fuck. As Sebastian's hands withdrew after finishing the last few strokes through his husband's beard, Coulson pinched both of the badger's cheeks and pulled them in and out of his face as if playing an accordion. Squidgy, squidge, squidge. Sebastian tried fighting back an encroaching grin, but one can only stave off. God damn it, Victor. But one can only stave off the effects of squidgies for so long, and the badger eventually cracked. God, you're such a dork, sunflower. Feeling any better? A little, yeah. Thanks. Of course, my pastry petamore. Oh, good lord! I thought you crossed that one off the list. Actually, it's kind of growing on me. You know me. I'm an amateur, avid alliteration appreciator. Your ability to say that so fast is a little scary. What can I say? I get lots of practice being Mr. Ohio. Want my tail to color up with tonight? Yes, please. Sebastian turned on his side so that the two could spoon up to one another. Fuck! The Tanuki's lengthy tail laid up and over his hip, leaving the brown-tipped, fluffy appendage resting against the badger's belly and lower chest. Sebastian combed his fingers through the thick floor and then hugged it against his front as if clutching a teddy bear. Coulson called out to the smart speaker speaking on the nightstand behind him. Good night, Ziggy. Turning on master bedroom lights. Sleep well, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. After the lights turned off, the sound of rain falling on the car's roof began to play through the speaker. Love you, sweetheart. Love you too, hon. Night. Ah! 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 It's so gay and I love it! Ah! Okay. Moving on. After the first couple days of school, the rest of, giggity. Thank you, Merricopter, with 5 minutes. The rest of Red's week went by quickly. He hadn't interacted with students much, though. Instead, he spent most of his time learning about procedures, responsibilities, and fighting with the near-decade-old desktop computer he had been given. Oh, man. Looking through their window? I feel like that would be slightly weird to do that with. Maybe a little bit. Although there are stories where, so they're not safe for work, but there are stories where Sebastian and Coulson get together with, there's one where they got together with Russ and Felix, and they were out in the forest, and they were having a good time, and real emphasis on that, with each other. And then another one, and it's only slightly weird. And then another one where it's like, I think I remember, it's like 2 people they had met. It was a couple at a restaurant and everything else like that. And then there was the owner. And then I think it was like the 5 of them like went out to also have a good time with each other. Specifically. I mean, I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to fully say it. I'm not describing it too much because it is not safe for work. If anyone is interested in hearing that, it's called Spicy Leaves Deluxe. It is a paid, they are paid stories. But I would definitely recommend them. I've definitely read through a few of them. I think there's one that I think I forgot to read. I think that was the one involving Nico. I need to read that at some point. But highly recommended. It's really good. Glad you enjoyed those. They're very good. Like, you're a really good writer. And the accompanying pictures are also Very good. I love the artists you get for your stuff. We'll do a volume 2. Yay! I'm excited. I'll keep that in mind. All right. Also, desktop, like a decade-old desktop. That is a fucking mood. Overall, though, his experience had largely been a positive one, especially with respect to fellow faculty. Everyone was friendly and welcoming to the new guy in town. On the last day of the week, Red finally received a phone call from his new landlord. His house was ready to move into. They'd also moved a few packages he had ordered inside the door. After school, the ferret grabbed his things from the Gringer's guest unit and profusely thanked Coulson and Sebastian for their hospitality. He planned on walking from house to his new place, even with his suitcase in tow, but Coulson insisted on driving him. Good idea. Red acquiesced. I don't know if I've heard that word before. Acquiesced. Red acquiesced. I think that's how you pronounce it, I think. So long as he could sit behind the driver's seat. Located at the end of a set of residential streets on the northwest side of town, it was dwarfed in size by all the homes around it, which is unsurprising given it was a truly tiny house. Barely 300 square feet of new construction, its thinly rectangular shape was built of natural cedar and had multiple sets of square windows trimmed with black sills. It sat atop a trailer bed with 3 wooden stairs leading up to its diminutive square porch. A note tapped to the front door by the landlord saying, "Welcome home, Mr. Worth." Sorry. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of cozy. When Red entered the house, he was first struck by how far it seemed to stretch, giving it the feel of a tall, open hallway. It seemed like a TARDIS, bigger on the inside. Wow, a Doctor Who reference? Never watched the show, by the way, just to be clear. He climbed the tight wooden staircase to the loft area, where the queen mattress sat directly on the floor sans any bed frame. A few pillows lay at the head of the mattress. One read Home Sweet Home, another Live Like Every Day Is Your Last, and the third Sweet Dreams, all written in overly curly, decorative script. They were quickly and permanently banished to the cramped storage cabinet in the loft. Red went back downstairs to the small collection of boxes leaned against the front of the kitchen cabinetry. Full of various things he ordered for his new house. The only piece of furniture he had brought, since the house came mostly pre-furnished, were a nightstand and a coffee table, both appropriately tiny themselves. The place also came pre-stocked with cookware and utensils, which was an added bonus. Red had been hopping to prepare meals at home again. It was something he hadn't done in many months. He'd been getting takeaway every single day. After opening the coffee table's box, the ferret dragged it towards the couch and sat down. He glanced over the assembly instructions inside, quickly noticing they referenced tools that weren't included in the package. Red hadn't purchased any tools, though, so there was no way it was getting put together that night, which greatly irritated him. He, yeah, real. He was itching to get fully settled after his long stint in a tiny guest house. It reminds me, I had the tools to do it, but it reminded me of when I built this desk I'm on right now, whenever I moved, whenever my family and I moved to this house in 2020. We moved actually in like in November 2020 and everything else like that. Yeah, in the middle. Thankfully, it was only like a few minute drive, so it wasn't too bad, especially during a pandemic. But yeah. Cowboy, what the fuck? Regardless, the fuck? God damn it. Yeah, I have some screwdrivers on hand anyway, and also knife fix a kit. Probably maybe should have more whenever I move out, whenever I get my own place. But yeah, he was easy to get fully settled after his long stint in a tiny guest house. With a listless sigh under his breath, Red limp noodled on the comfortable cushions of the couch. He sat motionless for a moment before perking with a thought. The ferret pulled his phone out and texted Nico, whose number he obtained because the guidance counselor, like the principal, had contact numbers for all teachers with after-school activities. The bear must have had his phone already in hand, and his replies to Red's respect to borrow a toolkit came only a few seconds later. He also happened to have some time to bring it over right then. When Nico asked him for his address, Red almost started typing out his San Diego one out of habit. He had to look at the shipping label on the box of his new one. His fingers felt alien as he typed it out. Ooh, yeah. Your reaction was probably, I couldn't stop laughing. Fair enough. Nico's prompt reply said he'd be there in just a few minutes. As the ferret looked up from his phone, the proximity of the opposite wall suddenly felt all the more apparent. The place was nothing like the open architecture of his house back home. It was yet another disparity in a sea of opposites between his old life and the new life. Though, that was the point. Big bear and tiny house. What could go wrong? True to his ETA, Nico arrived 5 minutes later with toolkit in tow. When you said you were moving in a tiny house, I just thought you meant like normal tiny, not tiny tiny. This thing really big enough to live in? Yeah, I'm a pretty small guy. Plus, the only other rentals in Pinecrest were either run down or 3 bedrooms, too big for just me. There were some apartments over in Cedarville, but I don't want to drive a car, so... Anyway, come on in. Nico had to duck his head to fit through the entryway, and once inside, the towering bear made the mistake of standing completely upright. Fucking hell. This is my favorite thing, like, for particularly big characters. I love this shit. This shit is just... I fucking love it. Yeah, that's a good face, too. I'm taking a picture of that. Give me a second. If anyone wants to... Hun, if you want to add that again. Ow! Damn it. Alright, read this. The percussive smack of the forehead to wood reverberated through the house as Nico banged his head against the rack mounted above the doorframe. Ow! Damn it! Oh my gosh, are you okay? Nico briskly rubbed his head over the tender bump as he searched for any additional threats that might be lurking overhead. Clearly this thing wasn't built with bears in mind. You might want to invest in, well, those low clearance signs for taller visitors. Sorry, I didn't warn you beforehand, but I have zero concept what it's like to be tall. I didn't even know that thing was up there until you hit it. Too big for the house, yeah. Well, you're welcome. Hope you find a use for it now. Oh, I'm sure I'll find something to put up there. Not exactly a lot of storage in here. Nico shut the front door and then set his cool tick down on the kitchen counter, taking a gander at the inside of the place. He noticed the dining table and seats built into the wall, and hooked a claw into the notch that pulled the table out. You mind? No, go ahead and look around as much as you like. Nico pulled the table from the wall until it was fully extended, and then pushed it back in, admiring how perfectly it fit in its slots. Huh, ain't that something? The bear paced the length. Well, I mean, like, Nico is already seeing somebody right now, so... Obviously, no spoilers from Tanuki Dad. I imagine he doesn't want to spoil anything, but... We'll see what happens. There's like 4 more episodes. The bear paced the length of the unit, pausing to investigate things in greater detail here and there. I've seen these tiny house things online, pictures and walkthroughs and stuff, but I've never actually been in one. Nicer than I expected. I guess the bed's up there in the loft. Looks like it must be pretty tight up there. Yeah, the mattress is just sitting on the floor too. You'd hit your head on the ceiling if there was a bed frame. Nico turned his attention back towards the main room as he put his hands on his hips. He tilted his head to the side as his eyes searched over the place. Hey, where's the rest of your stuff? Ain't you got any other boxes? Nope, you're looking at most of what I own now. I sold almost everything I had before the move. Well, I put a few things in storage, but I don't know if I'll ever go back to get them. What is that? Having those things here would just keep a part of me back home, and I wanted a fresh start. The ferret remained quiet for a moment before clearing his throat. He flashed Nico a polite smile as he gestured to the bear's toolkit sitting on the counter. Anyway, could I grab an Allen wrench and a flathead screwdriver? Yeah, of course. You want help putting the stuff together? Sure. Good. I kind of love putting furniture together. Adult Legos. Hell, if you don't mind, can I just put the entire thing together for you? Oh, if you really want to, be my guest. The delighted bear grabbed his tools and knelt on the floor. He He neatly organized all of the coffee table's parts into small piles, then began assembling it without taking even a single glance at the instructions. Putting together furniture is actually one of my least favorite things in life. Top 10 hates. Top 10, huh? It's pretty high up there. There's a story behind that? Yes, I had a friend in San Diego named Travis who would move every single year and refresh his entire apartment with new IKEA furniture every each time. We had this friend code with one another and said you always had to do certain things, like take them to the airport or help them move. He extended that to including putting together all of his furniture, since he considers it a part of the move. Sounds like gaming the system a bit. Red clapped his hands together, then turned his palms up. Yes, thank you, it absolutely was. I've seen enough lots for a lifetime. You didn't push back or nothing? Nah, I just got even. He's even less a morning person than I am, so I made sure to book 6 a.m. flights, so he'd have to take me to the airport at 4 in the morning all the time. ain't you just punishing yourself to punish him at that point, though? Probably. Would I do it again, though? Absolutely. Nico had zoomed through the table's construction during the short conversation, moving deftly through each step, as though he'd put together this exact model before. Jeez, how are you so fast? I'd still be on step 2. I really like adult Legos. Mere seconds after he'd finished with the table, the bear was already eyeing the nightstand box a few feet away, as if it were a shiny piece of candy. Where can I send videos in your server? What are they related to? Is it like a link, or is it just a video you made? That's the question. Nico would love IKEA. He pointed at it and then looked at Red. A link. If it's promotion, is it a promotional thing? If it's a promotional thing, I'd say channel promotion. If it's not, I would say fandom trash. He pointed at it and then looked at Red, his eagerness apparent by his rounded ears swiveling atop his head. Nightstand next? Red couldn't help but chuckle at the bear's enthusiasm, nodding his head. Nico tore into it eagerly. He repeated his previous process of laying out all the pieces in front of himself, neatly organized in the order he'd be reaching for them. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, fandom trash would probably be fine for that. Sorry, I should have asked earlier. You want anything to drink? Oh, right. All I have is bottled water. I need to go shopping still. Bottled water is just fine, thanks. While Red went to the refrigerator, Nico began assembling the nightstand. So, how you liking it here so far? It's been fine. Everyone's been real kind, especially at school. When I told one of my friends I was moving, he brought up, Minnesota nice. It's checked out so far. What, we got a reputation for being nice up here or something? Yeah, apparently it's a thing according to the internet. It's not like people in San Diego are mean or anything, but I can't say they're as outwardly nice as they seem to be here. Sorry, I'm just reading something to my server. Not a bad thing to get a rep for. I'll take it. After sipping from the bottle Red brought him, Nico returned to working on the nightstand, as though he were being timed, and the water break had set him back a couple seconds. Even racing against himself, brow furrowed in concentration, the gregarious bear still found the capacity for small talk. How about handling the whole ritual versus urban? How are you handling the whole rural versus urban thing? It's definitely an adjustment. One thing that will take a long time to get used to. Pinecrest couldn't be any more different than where I came from. Reading about small-town America or watching a romanticized version of it on TV doesn't exactly prepare you for the reality of it. I'll bet. The schools I worked at back in San Diego were both huge, like 5 times the size of Pinecrest. I was one of the 3 guidance counselors at the last. The thing that boggles my mind the most is that everyone here seemed to remember who I was after only a day or 2. Back home, I still had people ask me what my name was in the 2nd semester. Here, everyone says good morning to me like they've known me for years. It took me ages to achieve regular status at my old coffee shop, but the cute barista at Beans remembered both my name and my order after only 3 visits. A smirk began rapidly forming on Nico's face. You think Joss is cute, huh? Red blinked in confusion before he connected the dots, realizing that he just accidentally outed himself. Oh, I mean, yeah, kinda. I hate to burst your bubble, but the man's straight. From a small town, we got an unusually high percentage of queer folks, but he ain't one of them. It's okay. I'm not looking for a relationship or anything right now anyway. Fair warning, if Coulson or Sebastian find out you're gay and single, make sure to tell them you're off the market. Those two are obsessed with playing Cupid. Seriously, they're crazy. I hadn't figured out I was gay for more than 10 minutes before they were already flipping through their contacts for a match. Red tilted his head to one side while his brows furrowed straight upwards. You're gay? What? That surprised you? Yeah, you didn't set off my gator at... You didn't set off my gaydar at all! Your gaydar! Well, I'm still new gay. Maybe I need some more time to incubate before I can be detected. Red laughed as Nico finished setting the last screw in the nightstand, flipping it over and standing it upright. The bear gestured to it with open palms. This is very interesting, because I remember in one of the stories, there was the thing where it's like, they were trying to encourage Toby, like Joe and Nico were trying to encourage Toby to swim and use, well, not encourage it, but to wear safety, what are those things called? Like the little thing, like the safety floaty things. I completely forgot what they're called. Water wings? Point is, like, put those swim floaties. Yes. To use floaties in order to, like, go in the pool. And then they decide, you know what? We're going to put them on ourselves so that we look cool. And then there was even a song. It's just like, boy, you can't handle my swagger. And then Nico was like, that's right, ladies. That's right, ladies. I keep forgetting the thing he said, but like he was like, ladies. He was just having fun. But it also I think it makes sense that he's gay. I assume this problem, but yeah. Anyway, that's right, ladies. Unsinkable. Yes, that was the quote. It was so good. It's like fucking dork. Anyway, Red laughed as Nico finished setting the last screw into the nightstand, flipping it over and standing it upright. The bear gestured to it with open palms. Ta-da! Looks great. Anything else you need? No, I think that's it for adult Legos. Thanks for playing. Nico chuckled as he returned the screwdriver to his toolkit and locked its plastic tabs in place with a click. He set aside and took another sip of his water bottle. Feel free to call me if you ever need a master builder. I'm just down the road. Thanks, appreciate it. The bear nosily tapped his claws on the hard plastic of the toolkit and then looked plainly at Red. Hey, can I say something? Sure? Nico slipped into the quieter voice he used earlier. I know what a lonely person looks like, Red. I stared at the mirror for a long time. That one in the mirror for a long time. I see it in your face when you go on your walks after school. You ate lunch alone in your office 4 out of 5 days this week, despite having invites from others. Whether you realize it or not, you're isolating yourself. It's just gonna make you feel even more lonely. Red had initially begun listening to Nico while looking directly into his dark amber eyes. Every correct observation statement the bear made forced his gaze away bit by bit. The ferret's ears flattened as his chest-fallen eyes focused on the wood underpaw. It's pretty brave to do a move like yours, you know. Starting all over so far away from home. I had to do that as a kid. I was pretty damn lonely, too. And I wouldn't want anyone to have to go through that by themselves. Joe and the guys wouldn't either. We'd happily have you over things, give you some company. Being around some friendly people would do you a world of good, even if you're not feeling all that social. Fam's got a fun thing coming up soon. Seb's trying to start a bunch of traditions, one of them being a get-together at their place on the first day of every season. I think it's just a good excuse for him to make some fancy dessert for everyone, though. Sebastian's crazy about cooking for other people. You'd be doing him a favor just by showing up. Nico rested his thick palm over Red's knee and leaned in closer to him, his honeyed tone of voice making another return. It's coming up in a few days. Please come. The ferret timidly lifted his head, his eyes gradually rising to meet Nico's. When he saw the warmth and then, he let slip a little smile. Okay. Good. Sebastian will be over the moon at having someone else to spoil with dessert. Toby will be excited, too. He's been asking all kinds of questions about California since you got here. He'd probably love hearing you talk about San Diego. He really likes you. That's flattering. He's a great kid. The greatest. Red hugged his knees to his chest as he leaned back against the couch. Hey, can I ask you something now? Yeah? Why are you so intent on helping me? In response, the bear simply rolled his shoulders. Guess I'm just Minnesota nice. Nico rose to his feet, toolkit in hand, and bobbed his chin at Red as he pointed a thumb over his shoulder. Hope it's okay to Lego and run, but I gotta go play games with Gabe. He'll be spicy with me if I'm late. Who's Gabe? Oh, he's I guess you could say he's my crush. I'm still working up the courage to ask him out. Oh, well, have fun. I hope it works out when you eventually ask him. As Nico approached the door, Red urgently reminded him that he'd not noticed the rack above the door frame a second time around. The bear pointed at it with pure contempt with his eyes. I would have totally hit it again. It's like that thing is camouflage. I'll see you around soon. Don't be a stranger, all right? I'll try. Thanks. Nico flashed a peace sign over his shoulder as he exited the house. Once in his truck, the bear bobbed his head towards the ferret standing in the doorway. Have a good evening, Red. You too. Red stood in the doorway and silently watched the bear's old, beat-up pickup drive down the narrow country road until it disappeared from sight. As the fur closed the door behind him, he put his hands on his hips for a moment and then returned to the business of opening the rest of the stuff he had brought. The task was solitary. For a moment, it was not a lonely one. Ooh. In the time leading up to the solstice, Red experienced most uneventful days. He had been getting used to his new routine, at least as far as his professional life was concerned. The adjustment to the town and his personal life, however, was still very much a work in progress. Even though part of Red's brain had attempted to keep him from attending the Grangers get-together by inventing an excuse not to go, he kept his word and went. Nico's gentle insistence throughout the previous few days certainly had a hand in that. Unsinkable because oh my god, that's still such a funny line from that comic. They all assembled in the Grangers' backyard, where they had erected a tent in the grass filled with soft blankets and pillows. A small campfire stove, whose flame danced beneath a Dutch oven, kept an original Badger Cakes dessert, a s'mores tart, warm and gooey. It made sense to commemorate the start of fall with such a treat. Sebastian had come up with the recipe when inclement weather had canceled an autumn camping trip between Toby and Nico the previous year. The look of pure heartache on Toby's face when he learned he would be missing out on the marshmallowy, chocolatey goodness had sprung the baker into action. No more than 2 hours after the trip's cancellation was the boy vibrating with a sugar high from a newly minted recipe. It was just as good as the real thing, minus the campfire. Oh, yeah. That sounds honestly so tasty. My God, look at that! Oh, and there's oh, that's so sweet! Oh, I skipped that. Give me a second. Sebastian gently insisted, all right, let's see. The beautifully presented dish, with its dollop of toasted meringue and caramel drizzle, was an instant hit with the family. It was almost a crime to eat the thing, the work of art that it was. Sebastian gently insisted that a bit of every layer ended up on Red's fork before he took a bite. Graham cracker crust, dark chocolate filling, and meringue. Holy shit. God. Red paused after he swallowed, dumbfounded. Wow, that's really good. Thanks. It is my quest to give you a sweet tooth off to a good start. It's not like I'll turn down dessert when it's given to me, but I don't usually crave it. You still got your work cut out for you. I like a challenge. Come by the bakery sometime. I'll convert you a little more. First cupcake's on the house. You're pretty serious about this, huh? Like I said before, you threw down the gauntlet, Red. He's not gonna stop until you're carrying a Badger Cakes reward card in your wallet. Buggo every 10th cupcake. It's practically a steal. You know you want to. What is this, a commercial? The badger laughed and put his palms up in front of himself. All right, I'll stop. For now. With the return of autumn, with the return of autumn came the re-emergence of Permakigud Toby. When the weather began turning colder at night, you'd never see him without it. Is the tart good, little dino leaf? The boy noticed and put his hand to the side of his ear, waving it back and forth. His mouth was too full of a gargantuan bite to be he'd been working on to answer verbally. What was that? It means it's lekker. And what's lekker mean? Tasty. It's Dutch. But why would waving your hand next to your ear mean tasty, I wonder? Your taste buds are in your mouth. That's what I said! Heck yeah, great job, little dude. Coulson ruffled his son's hair and leaned in to affectionately bump his nose off Toby's cheek, which made the dinosaur's tail wag. Nico finished off his plate and then pointed to the rest of the tart with his fork while making direct eye contact with Red. If you don't want your seconds, I'll happily take them off your hands, Red. Joe promptly tapped Red's arm. Nah, let me Rochambeau him for it, dude. Best of 3. Far be it from me to get in the way of a game of rock, paper, scissors. Nico sharply huffed. That ain't fair. I always lose. You might as well just give it to her right now. Hey, you won once. Don't be so hard on yourself, big guy. Once. What's the record stand at? 22-1. It's psychotic to keep track of that, by the way. I know, right? Parents remembering everything, especially the most important things in life, of which this is definitely one. Square up, buddy. The air grew thick with tension as the bear and parrot began to throw down, counting to 3 and tossing their chosen sign. Nico opened with his usual rock, which naturally meant Joe opened with her usual paper. You know, you always throw rock first, right? You'll forget I told you this, and do it next time, too. Next round saw Nico in defeat as well. He banked on scissors winning since he felt like he didn't throw them very often. Joe countered perfectly with rock. Nico gestured at the parrot with exasperation. See? Joe took Nico's plate and fork before placing a second slice of the tart onto it, which she then passed back to him. Pity dessert, really? Do you not want it? I didn't say that. Next time I'm keeping it, though. Seriously, stop throwing rock first. This is good advice I'm going to forget. I know. Love you, bear. Yeah. A moment too long passed for Toby, and the little nook insistently nudged Nico with a paw. You gotta say it back. Oh, right. Sorry. Love you too, dinosaur. Which one? There are 2 here. The one that descended from dinosaurs, not the cute one. Ouch. God. Nico grinned and wagged his eyebrows, as he dug into his second helping of tart. A breeze kicked up, making Red shiver and hug his arms around his chest, something Nico took quick notice of. You cold? Yeah, breeze is kind of chilly. I should have brought my jacket. It's crazy how it's technically still summer. It's already getting as cold here as it does in the dead of winter back where I'm from. Wait, what's cold for San Diego? Anything under 60? A dead silence fell over the group. Oh no. What, is that bad? Nico clapped his hands across his back, a red shoulder, while Joe gingerly rested wing atop the ferret's arm in consolation. It was nice knowing you, Red. Yeah, what should Sebastian serve at your wake? You remember that scene from The Shining, where Jack's frozen solid with his eyes rolled up in his head? Nico perfectly recreated the pose. Joe looked at Red while pointing a thumb at the bear, as if they were perfectly performing a rehearsed bit. That's you. In January, the average high is below 20. Average low? Below 0. Oh my... What is these red eyes? What the fuck? Red sank into his shirt beneath the looming shadows of the bear and parrot. Coulson taunted at the duo. Oh, behave, you two. You're scaring the poor guy. You'll be fine, Red, so long as you have a good winter jacket. And hey, if you want any help finding a dapper one, I know a guy. Don't ferrets get thicker fur in winter? You know they do, but I barely notice any difference back home now that I think about it. Maybe it doesn't get cold enough there to really make it come in. You do have lovely fur markings. They look quite handsome with a thicker coat, I think. Oh gosh, thanks. I guess we'll find out in a few months. Maybe I'll be fluffier than I've ever been. Joe makes a clicking noise with her beak in Sebastian's direction. Flirt with a guy harder, why don't you? What? I'm not flirting. A guy could say another guy's fur is handsome without it meaning anything more, Joe. And besides, I would never flirt with one of the husband's co-workers anyway. Hey, you flirted with me at your wedding. Telling you that you looked hot in your tuxedo was not flirty, Nico. That was an objective truth. You slayed, King! Holy shit! Holy shit! You really did. Yeah, I know. Coulson placed his empty plate aside. That sass is real. Coulson placed his empty plate aside, wiped his hands on a napkin, and then clapped them together. The idea has the idea been drawn? Oh, yes, that's, the background artist already has. Oh my god, I can't remember. Where was it? Is it like, oh god, I don't know if I've seen that. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't, I can't remember. Oh god. I might need to scour, I might need to scour for that at some point. So, shall we continue our season in review thinking like we've been doing? Toby's head shot up in the air as if it were class. It's not in the game. I think it's on Rayo's. I think it's on Rayo's socials. I will have to check that later. Unless anyone wants to... If anyone wants to find it and link it in chat, feel free. That's also an option if you want. If not, I can look it up later. Toby's hand shot up in the air as if it were class. Ooh, can I go first? Sure. What's your favorite thing about summer? What was your favorite thing about summer this year, kiddo? The place where all the water slides and the boats and the go-karts in Wisconsin. That was a fun vacation, wasn't it? And the next time we go back, you'll probably be tall enough to ride more of the rides. Yeah, I'm gonna ride the big ones and drive a go-kart next time. You better wait a few years to go back if you want to drive the kart. It'll be a while until you're grown enough to do that. No, I want to go back next year. Wisconsin Dells, really? That's a real place. Huh, nice. Well, then you're just gonna have to sit in the passenger seat and put up said pick. Thank you. Let's look at it. Ah! Am I actually... Oh, my God. Ah! We're showing this on stream. 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 If I can. If it can allow me. You know what? Let's just do it down here. Hold on. Stream is being bad. Give me a sec. Let's do... which one? This one. Look at that! That looks so good! Oh, that is one dapper bear. Had a desire to illustrate a moment of the episode where Sebastian mentions how Nico slayed in his tux. Oh my god. I need to follow. Okay. You're getting a follow, by the way. I need to follow Rio. I don't know why I didn't follow Rio before. Oh my god, this is so good. I love it. I love it. That's definitely getting I love the thruple on the bottom. Oh, that's so good. That's real good. I love it. Good shit. Soul Warrior, thank you so much for the raid of 2. Really appreciate that. For those just joining us, we are currently in the middle. Cracked Giga Bowser. We're currently in the middle of a visual novel called Sweet Leaves. It's the first episode specifically of it. And I'll once again go ahead and link the itch.io page in chat for anyone who wants to check it out because it's been real damn good and everything else like that. This is only the first episode right now. There's more episodes that are coming in the future, but if you want to check this out, there's a link to the itch.io page if you haven't checked it out. All right, let's continue on. You're just going to have to sit in the passenger seat and put up with my slow dad driving again. You do drive like a dad, literally and stereotypically. Hey now, safety first, of course, but I tear it up in our minivan when I'm the only one in it. That thing's got surprisingly good cornering. Look on, Indie Gamer. Honey, please don't drive a minivan like it's a tiny sports car with a bootleg engine you had in college. Hey, Superkaze Ninja, thank you so much for the 2 years of support. Really appreciate that. I gotta move my PNG tuber again. Give me a sec. Oh, yeah, that can be pretty hard. I know what you're talking about. All right, now we're down here. Hello. All right, I gotta add those funds to Sonic 06. Give me a second. 7:30. Cold too swole. All right. Pouting as Toby would, Coulson stuck his tongue out at his husband. Well, you're no fun. Besides making fun of Coulson's driving, want to know what my favorite thing this summer was? Was it winning the state competition in skee-ball with your bestie? What? No, it was the time you made French toast, dude. Or that time you made French toast. Wait, no. It was that time you made French toast. I'm flattered my cooking could somehow eclipse winning an award that says you're the best in the entire state at something. I'm kidding. Winning the doubles bracket with you in the state fair is definitely top of the list. But man, your French toast is such a close second that I need a microscope to see which is ahead. It's literally my favorite food in the entire world. It's a crime you don't make it more often. Oh, you really like it that much? Let's just say it's a good thing I don't have the recipe, because the grocery store would be permanently out of bread. Are you sure I can't buy it off you? Toby's entire college tuition for one little recipe is a pretty good trade, isn't it? You're never getting it, pretty bird. It's my life-bound recipe. Life-bound recipe? The heck does that mean? Yay, French toast! French toast in the cookbook. It's a secret recipe that only you know, and that you teach to no one. When you die, it dies with you. For my Gram, it was her butterscotch pecan bread pudding. For me, it's my French toast. No way, you're just gonna deprive the world of that masterpiece when you kick it? That's why it's special. Limited time only. My soul, it's actively being crushed. Jo rolled over on her back and let the tongue flap out of her beak. Her talons toes curled as she groaned out a rattling what the f- hold on. No, I just need to get. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. This is so good. It's like I'm dead. What the fuck? What the fuck? Your commitment to the bit is always impressive, Joe. That bird tilted her beak toward Coulson with the speed of freshly minted zombie and hoarsely whispered to him, though loudly enough for everyone else to hear. Tell him I'll miraculously return from the dead if he gives me the recipe. Tell her I'll always remember her fondly. I love this writing so much. Joe decomposed. As the cockatoo was deep in her throes of culinary despair, Toby leaned across the blanket and tapped Sebastian's wrist to get his attention. What's up, little leaf? Can I have more, please? You sure can, sweetheart. Toby's tail shimmied with excitement as he watched another slice of his favorite desserts slide onto his plate. Drinks sarsaparilla. Good old sarsaparilla. I'ma die. And he says, sorry for your loss. Oh, God. Bedankt. Is that thank you in Dutch? Uh-huh. Sebastian beamed, but then noticed that his son's glass of milk, a necessity for any warm desserts that involved chocolate, was dangerously close to being empty. Oh, looks like you need a refill there. Sebastian rose to his feet to rummage in the cooler for the chilled carafe. It's a carafe or a carafe of milk. But the first bottle he came across definitely wasn't that. The badger could tell by the ribbed texture of the glass against his finger. Pitching it by the slim neck, he lifted it from the cooler. Oh, I can't believe I almost forgot. We got something for you, Red. The badger turned back towards the group and held the bottle out to the ferret, who recognized its azure cap and label instantly. Zima. Hope you like it. It was Toby's idea. Red stared wordlessly down at the bottle in his hand, tracing a thumb across the ridges on the side. He was having difficulty focusing on the label, and was suddenly very aware of how coarse his tongue felt in his mouth. It took 2 attempts for it to successfully force a thin, polite smile onto his face. Thanks. This is very thoughtful of you. So, Red, how about you? How was your summer? You spent a lot of time on the patio with your mom and dad. The muscles above Red's brow began to tense before they started outright quivering. No. Oh, fuck. No! Fuck! No! Ah! Oh, no! My, favorite thing about this past summer was it's... Despite his best efforts, Fred couldn't stop a tear from streaking down his cheek, and then another. And another. A stunned silence fell over the group as Red began to sob so heavily that his shoulders shook. The ferret struggled to his feet while tears dripped from his jaw. He wiped the back of his wrist over his cheek as he darted away from the family, his shoulder still noticeably trembling. I gotta go. I'm sorry, Red. We didn't mean to. I'm fine. Nico stirred and called out to the ferret, whose sobs continued uninterrupted even as his gait sped up. Hey, you at least want to ride back to your place? You don't have to talk. We don't have to talk or nothing. The only response from Red was a vigorous shake of his head. The Granger family fell silent until Red disappeared from view. Toby looked practically upset, head lowered and ears drooped as tears welled in his own eyes. Did we do something bad? Red began settling into bed after a long walk home. He had used his phone's flashlight to light the way on the dark roads. His thoughts kept him well distracted, but it still took half the walk to calm his sobbing and hitched breathing. Sleep often came with great difficulty ever since the ferret arrived in Pinecrest. The first several nights after he'd moved into his new house, it had gotten even worse. This is where he lived now. This is where he was going to start over and move on. The thought alone kept him up at night. Red had been prescribed sleeping pills after the accident for persistent insomnia. That night he took 2. Huh? Red's ears rang as he suddenly came to, feeling as though he had been tossed in a clothes washer on maximum spin. He teetered on his feet, and then fell over, tumbling over the barren earth underfoot. Sitting up, he held a hand to the side of his head until his vision stopped spinning. His tinnitus, however, uncomfortably lingered for several moments longer. As if he were the Fonz banging his fist on a broken jukebox, Red hit the heel of his hand on the side of his head, and it worked. The ringing stopped. Lifting his chin to take in his surroundings, he shivered, but not from the cold. Suddenly he felt empty. Emptier than in recent months, even hollow. But just as quickly as the feeling came, it passed. Red rose to his feet, craning his neck back to look at the solitary, desiccated tree towering over the barren meadow surrounding it. Where the hell am I? It's gone, Brave Doodle. He blinked as a realization crossed his mind. Oh, right, sleeping pills. I'm dreaming. Red walked through towards the tree, his paws kicking up clouds of loose earth along the way. He reached out to touch its trunk. The bark was rough and textured, feeling very much like the real thing. Oh, here we go. Red put his hands on his hips and stared up at the parched canopy overhead. The way the branches twisted with one another caught his eye as he followed a couple from base to leafless ending. Ooh, boy. Also, give me a second, chat, to readjust again. We're just gonna be down here now. We'll just be down here now. Okay. All right. Wait till you see their name. He was swiftly pulled out of his prototypical mind wandering by heavy footsteps approaching him from behind. Their owner let out a shrill chirping noise, which made the ferret coil like a spring before jumping nearly a foot in the air. Ah! As he whipped around, fur standing on end, the ferret came face to face with a mountainous wall of dense white fur. He had fully extended his neck to see the entirety of the figure looming over him. What the hell? The creature's beady black eyes stared down at the ferret, examining him in great detail. Who are you, little animal, animal. And do you know where we are? Oh my god. Oh no, why would you do this to me? Alright, so wait until his name pops up, right? I assume. The ferret could only wordlessly stare slack-jawed at the bearish figure before him. They tilted their heads first to one side and then to the other. Their inky pebbles moving, fixed on his whitening eyes all the while. Okay, so the ferret could only wordlessly stare slack-jawed at the bearish figure before them. They tilted their head first to one side, then the other. Their inky pebbles unmoving, fixed on his whining eyes all the while. Red's hand hitched forward, as watched the towering legs in front of him. He gingerly patted at the dense ivory fur for another reality check. It too felt wholly authentic, just as everything else there had. Mimicking the ferret's motion, the alien-like Ursine lifted a colossal paw to pat the top of Red's head. They were clearly attempting to be gentle, but their paw's size and heft caused the ferret's spine to compress and rebound like a spring with each testing, curious tap. It was a good thing Red had been born with a noodle for a backbone. Wispy appendages resembled LED strips sprouted and extended from the creature's head, with small bulbs of light traveling along their lengths like pulses of electricity on a wire. Ah, your fur is much more coarse than I am imagining, but in a delightful Oh, what? What the hell is happening? That being's voice delicately meandered up and down in pitch, their inflections oddly timed for common language. With a ground-shaking thud, the monstrosity sat back and rested their hands on their lap. I am meeting an actual animal. What a wonderful experience to have. Red closed his eyes and rubbed a hand to the side of his temple. Okay, this is definitely the craziest dream I've ever had. You believe this to be a dream? Well, yeah, I mean, just look at you. Bears in the real world don't usually have fiber optic cables growing out of their heads. As if on cue, the being's multicolored tendrils extended again as they hunched over toward Red. After a moment, they leaned back against the tree and planted their palms on the ground. Their appendages gradually retracted as the beast's lustrous claws scratched against the dry, loose soil below. A resulting cloud of dust was carried away by the ever-present breeze. Whether the other exists is a matter of perspective, is it not? Considering that I am directly speaking to an animal, which is an impossibility for my kind. So perhaps it is you who does not exist. Maybe you are in my dream. Or this is real somehow. I love his faces that he's making. It is great fun to wonder which is correct. They gleefully clapped their paws together several times in perfect sync with a melodious giggle before abruptly stopping, struck by a realization. Being an animal like you have never happened before. Have never happening before? Do you mean has never happened before? Ah, yes. Being an animal has never happened before. Thank you for the lesson. I do apologize for my grammatical errors in your language. Using verb tenses has never happened before. As another realization dawned on the creature, they clapped their palms together again in a sharper, more percussive manner. Their ears lifted and danced in exciting twitches, as if on marionette strings. Oh, this is what new feels like to an animal. What? To us, things are always new, but they are always old as well. But here, this feeling, it has never happened before. It is only new. Night Vector, thanks so much for stopping by, man. You take it easy. I like only new. It is strange. It is a strange but extraordinary experience. Only new is not being experienced by any of the other. In the middle of the creature's otherwise lilting and musical speech, a cacophonous barrage of hundreds of tones layered atop one another thundered from their maw. The wall of sound, from the lower bass to the highest treble, created a powerful gust of air that slicked Red's fur back and made him shift his weight onto his heels. The being quickly realized their mistake, claiming their gargantuan paws over their muzzle before sheepishly speaking up from behind them. My apologies. Having to consider the limited hearing of animals has never happened before. I hope you are not broken. Red steadied himself against one of the oversized roots of the tree until the disoriented haze lifted and he was able to uncross his eyes. What the hell was that? That is the designation of my family. It contains the name of each individual spirit in a collective, stacked atop one another to create a near infinite number of harmonics. An animal cannot comfortably listen to it. Jeez, I can tell. It feels like you turned my brain into scrambled eggs. I harbor no desire to turn your brain into disarranged embryos. I am now reminding myself to use only English. The creature slowly bowed his head in a regal manner before the ferret. Please accept my apology for hurting your ears. Alien as their features and mannerisms were, their remorse was readily apparent, as if they had committed a grave offense. It's okay, you didn't mean to. The star-shaped marking on the being's forehead brightened like an incandescent bulb. As they shimmied their hips and lifted their chin, they closed their eyes. It looked as though they were basking in warm sunlight. Forgiveness feels wonderful. Thank you for the lesson. Yeah, sure. You're welcome. Can you tell me your name, little animal? It's Red. Red? That's my favorite color. What a delightful coincidence. And, what's your name? I believe I can reduce it to the fundamental tones for you, so we do not happen again that scramble embryo incident. The bearish creature rose to their feet, standing tall and calmly lowering their chin before becoming perfectly still. A second set of eyelids blinked horizontally across its inky eyes. They took a small breath and held it in. Wow, that was your name? All of that was your name? Yes. I gotta be honest, I don't think I could repeat that if my life depended on it. Is there, like, a shorter version of it? Maybe one that doesn't require any singing? That sounded so pretty, I wouldn't want to butcher it. Oh, thank you. I am pleased you enjoyed my name, even so simplified. But no, there's no abbreviated form. To alter any part of it makes it gibberish? Yeah, gibberish. Allow me to present an alternative. Is there an epithet in your language that you suggest instead? Epithet? Red thought it strange that the creature had such a weak grasp of verb tenses and yet used a $20 word. Let me think for a sec. Though Red had historically been awful at naming things, it had taken him an entire week to name his childhood goldfish. An answer came to him easily after a moment of stroking his chin and thought. Oh, I guess your name is what's called a melody. So how about that? Melody. Melody. They attempted to imitate Red's chin stroking, but awkwardly used both paws instead of one. The ferret had to stifle a snicker beneath its breath. I enjoy the moniker. Yes, I am now called Melody. Okay, now that we know the name, we're gonna just quickly. I'll do a full picture so we can also get him sitting down. The final Smasher Pass is Melody. Cute bear. Cute fucking bear. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And he's fucking huge. How tall is this guy? Does he have a canonical height? Like, he's fucking huge. I think he's taller than Buck. And no, I don't want to hear 6'7" again. I've seen your brilliant still in here. I don't want to hear 6'7". He might not be here anymore. But 15 feet. That's a large boy. That's a large boy. We're getting the mini macro status now. Holy shit. Large bears are great, but yeah, I don't think this should be a surprise to literally anybody who knows the stuff that I like, This is 1000% a smash. S-A-S-M-A-S-H. Smash. Holy shit. And he's just always he sings so well too. He's such a good singer. I want to get a big hug from him. Ah! But there we go. That is all the Smasher passes. That is all the Smasher passes. We did it, chat. We finally got through all of them, including the one Gokai suggested. That is 7 of these characters from this game and this series overall that we have done Smasher passes for. All right, Melody, can I ask a question now? Of course, I'm delighted to answer your inquiries. Okay, most obvious one first. What exactly are you? After poorly mimicking Red's thinking stroke again for a few moments, Melody spread their arms and turned their palms up. I'm one of those 199 individuals in a collection of spirits. We are the designers of all animal species found on planet Earth. I myself am the architect of animals like the red panda, badger, owl, raccoon, tanuki, lemur. I do so enjoy masks. An incredulous look spread across the ferret's face as he shifted his weight onto one foot. Whoa, hold on. Are you saying you made me? Not you specifically, no. Only the blueprint. I believe animals call it, of your species and its ancestors. So you're like a god then? Melody chortled and shook their head at the question. I suppose the answer depends on your definition. We are neither all-powerful nor all-knowing. We have no moral authority. You certainly aren't what I pictured a god to look like, that's for sure. Oh? What is it you are imagining? Oh, I don't know, maybe a different species or something? You look like a bear. Well, one with a lot of extra bits anyway. I am very fond of bears. They are the only animals with no known architect, and yet they exist. I feel a strong connection to them. Their forms are beautiful in a way I cannot describe, so yes, I reshape my image so that I may live as one. It assists in my mental well-being. You reshaped your form? Why? What did you look like before? You may find it unsettling. Are you sure you wish to see? Yeah, I'm sure it's not that bad. A brilliant flash of golden light discharged from the bear, forcing the ferret to squint and lift a hand to shield himself. Boo! Melgoth. You would? Biblically accurate bear. The ferret reeled backwards and thumped back against the gnarled tree. What the fuck? Before him now was what could only be described as an eldritch horror, an onyx black slimy sphere with 2 rows of teeth floating 5 feet above the ground. Its tentacles loosely sway, frayed with the breeze. I am getting you. I do not actually look like this. Just as quickly as Melody had transformed into a disquieting creature, he reverted to the original bearish form with another flash of golden light. I am never before getting to jest. I am never before getting to jest. It is great fun. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, because that was nightmare fuel. Then my attempt at being frightening is successful. How fulfilling. Okay, so he doesn't actually look like that. He was just joking. To be truthful, in Earth's infancy, I am taking the form of a pygmy owl, but if I mispronounce, I apologize. The bear's brows knit taut as it lifted. Pygmy. Thank you. Gazing upon at the darkened sky in contemplation. They listlessly blinked both sets of eyelids. I'm not wishing to return to that shape. Oh, I'm sorry if I brought some bad memories. No, it is all right. I'm fine. Fine. A word rang as hollow coming from Melody as it did from Red. It is the nature of the... Melody suddenly froze at their antennae, shot out and straightened like hair being pulled by static electricity. I think it is time to go now? Go where? End of chapter 1. Can we get some claps in chat, please? Can we get some claps in chat? Fucking incredible. Holy shit. That was so well done. That was incredibly well done. Shout out to everyone who worked on this project. And it's only the first episode, too. There's multiple episodes coming. I know you're working on episode 2 right now, Tanuki Dad. So... for all your kind works. Episode 2 coming mid-2026. I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing it. I'll probably have to play it when it comes out. Oh, that was so good, chat. That was so good! That was so good! Oh, I had such a wonderful time. That was so cozy. Thank you for all the cozy vibes in the stream. You are very welcome. It's twice the length of episode 1. God damn, really? Holy shit. I'm very much looking forward to it. Once again, chat, if you enjoyed what you see and you would like to check it out and also keep up to date on it, here's the itch.io link if you want to check out the soundtrack. Here's a link to the soundtrack. And then, and also just to add it, if you want to keep updated on what's going on as well, you can follow Sweet Leaves on Blue Sky as well. Please note that it is not a 100% safe for work account. There is some not safe for work stuff associated with Sweet Leaves, so please bear that in mind. But check this out, and also just check out all the stuff that's in Sweet Leaves as well. So much good art, so many good stories, and everything else like that. It's such a wonderful time, and I've had such a great time playing this and experiencing with all of you. It's just so wonderful. But yeah, folks, with all that being said, that is actually going to do it for today's live stream. Massive thank you to everyone for sticking around today. Thank you to the devs who hung out in chat today. Obviously, Tanuki Dad, but also Midori Deer and also Senior Billy, and also stuck around for a little bit earlier. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are doing great. I appreciate you guys stopping by. I gotta do some shout-outs. Thank you to the following people today. Thank you to Gokai for giving a sub, to Tanuki Dad. Thank you to Gokai for tipping earlier. Thank you to Tanuki Dad for all the gift subs today. Jor for the resub. Thank you to Italian Enzo for the resub. Thank you to Miracle Copters for the bits. Silverkaze Ninja for the gift sub for the resub. Soul Warrior for the raid, and Sapphire Eyes for the raid as well. Really fun time. I cannot wait for episode 2. Folks, I think we already know what our raid message is at this point, so let's find a raid target. Let's find ourselves a raid target. Schedule for the week. Wednesday, we will be back to streaming. Again, Senior Billy and that ominous AXC thing that you may want to send to streamers. Be sure to hit me up, because if you do, I'll definitely do that on Wednesday. Other than that, sometime this week, we'll probably try and get back to Earthbound as well. Maybe probably this Friday, assuming that we do something else on Wednesday. As a reminder, I'm not doing I don't have any April Fool's stuff planned this year, just for the record. But other than that, we'll try and get back to Earthbound this week. So there you go. Who shall we raid? Let's raid Juker. He's currently playing Sonic Colors, actually. He's doing some retro achievements for that. So let's go ahead and raid him. We're going to raid him with Shrimp Eating Grin, because that is such a good fucking line. If I can probably copy it. Go ahead and raid the Juker, all that type of such. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed today's live stream, please check out my other content. Follow me wherever else I am on the internet. I'll see you guys back here this Wednesday for another live stream. If you want to keep updated on what I'm doing, be sure to follow me on Blue Sky. I'm hypercold.bsky.social over there, and all that good such. And until we meet again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hypercold. I thank you for watching, and I will see you guys next live stream. Take care. Bye-bye.